ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
one. And I'm waiting by me. I'm way away, John. Why you told me? Say that they look at you and John. We are Nadia, put you Nadia over here. But we were in that. And your baby. And you are my baby, sir. John Wayne over our talk. Sir, who are where sir.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them over, dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
That's what
And these
matters.
women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's another very beautiful Friday afternoon on independent television and radio here in the city of Benin. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and the program is Issues and Voices, coming to you courtesy Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability. NAVID is a non-governmental organization that's based here in Benin City that is advancing the rights of persons with disability. Today on the program, it promises to be super exciting as we have a wonderful guest in the studio. Don't forget, we are on our inspiring series. Last week, we brought you a young lady who rose from arches to become a successful lawyer in Benin City. Today, Kindness Idahosa, Esquire. Today, I have another inspiring story for you. A young man who lost his sight but found strength in his hands, and today he's a craftsman. He works with the Edo State School for the Blind as a craft instructor. But before I go to my guest in the studio today, my sign language interpreter is Goodluck Omusi, doing justice to our deaf community. Orobosa Igbinowaya, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kisley. Good afternoon, viewers and listeners at home.
All right, Orobosa, without wasting much time, I want you to detail to us your journey from when you lost your sight and how you were able to navigate that experience. Just take us through that journey.
All right, thank you very much. I lost my sight when I was very young, years back. So there was no hope of continuing education until some years God Almighty brought me that in His mercy. I was able to locate school for the blind. And after my primary school days and all that, I was able to find my way to vocational schools where I went to learn craft 2011 and 2016. And after 2016, 2011 was just a scratch. 2016 was advanced, and after then, God Almighty have really helped me in the craft work and all that. That is how the journey have been.
All right, you just rushed through it, but I will slow you down a bit. Right, you were not born blind. In the disability community, we call it, you are not congenitally blind.
Yes, sir.
Meaning you acquired it in the course of life.
Yeah.
How was that transition for you? As someone who could see and suddenly, for whatever reason, you lost your sight. How did you accept that transition?
Well, it was not easy. I lost my sight when I was still very young due to, I put it, ignorance in the part of my parents. It was a cataract. So as I was coming up then, you know, I was in the village when they break those kind of native medicine, apply it. During that process, it damaged the two eyes. That's how I lost the sight. And after then, there was no hope. I was at home for all these years and doing nothing. But Almighty God that is always making a way where there is no way, He now brought me that to light. That's how the journey of life started, part 2.
Did you at a point doubted yourself? Because today now you are a success story. Were there times you felt it can't happen? I mean,
many times.
This is just how it's going to be for me.
Many times. See the way I'm repeating it. I never believed that what I'm doing today, I can do any of those things. I never believed that I can also care for myself, not to talk of someone that I now have a dependence. Because when I lost my sight, I never come across any visually impaired person be successful and all that. So imagine living in the place where there is not any other visually impaired. You are the only visually impaired among them. You just more or less like an outcast, that you are a bad luck, all those kind of talk and all that. So to God be the glory. In His mercy, God brought me out, and I also appreciate God Almighty. I wish I did not know Christ. It will not be easy for me. If Jesus Christ that called me out of darkness unto His marvelous light, sorry that I'm going into religion, I'm telling you the true story of my life. It is the church I was attending then that brought me out, that said, no, you can still do something useful for yourself. You can still be useful to the society. That is how the journey started.
All right, beautiful. I mean, I'm wondering how your parents and the people around you responded to your disability. For a lot of persons with disabilities, different strokes for different folks. How was people around you, how did they respond? How did they receive your disability?
Well, they received my disability with partial, how will I put it? They received the disability with love, and they try to render support, love and all that, but that was not all that I was needed at that time. What I need then was for me to come out for education, but that support was not coming.
So when you mean the support was not coming, how else did you want them to help you? They loved you,
there is
they cared for you.
Sorry, sir, there is what they call empathy and sympathy.
Okay.
It was just like sympathy. So, he cannot see you. He cannot do anything. When you want to do this, don't worry, I will do it for you. Just sit down. that was just sympathy. That was not empathy. The empathy we are talking about here is you assist him or her to become useful to himself, not to be doing sympathy. Me why?
All right, sorry, I'm interrupting. But
Okay,
was that a result of the fact that they didn't believe that you are capable of doing something, or they were not aware?
I based it that they were not aware and ignorant and all that, because my dad then is a man that I know that he loved me very well. Likewise, my mom and my siblings too. But due to ignorance that they were not aware that school for the blind exists and all that. That was the major factor.
So yours was not as a result of rejection, it was just ignorance?
Yes, it was ignorance.
On the part of people around you?
Yes.
Okay, let's take your journey through school. Now, you said you lost your sight at a very young age. You were in a rural environment. You got the information that you could still go to school. So when you found yourself in school, what was that experience like? How did that change the trajectory of your life?
When I find myself in school, I have hope again. All the hope that was lost those days, there was hope that if this person can do this, me too can so do it. If this person can read, me too can so read. I started encouraging myself, and to the glory of Almighty God, that is how I grew from one level to another, to the level where I am today by the grace of Almighty God.
All right, I understand that you are married, happily married at that.
Yes, by the grace of God, I'm married and blessed with children to the glory of Almighty God. And I met my wife during the course of my training. And by the grace of God, the rest story will be success story to the glory of His name.
All right, we'll go on a quick break, still with Orobusa Egbinowaya, detailing his journey with us on how he rose from a period where he had to struggle to this period where he had, like he said, he now has people depending on him. So that tells you that persons with disability, we are not always dependents who are depending on people. We too have people depending on us for a living because we've been able to make meaning out of our lives. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll focus our attention on how Orobusa became a craftsman. All right, welcome back. You're still on to Hitches and Voices, reaching you from independent television and radio. Like I always say, we are broadcasting live on TV and radio simultaneously. So thank you for all those who are following us on radio as well. My guest in the studio is Orobusa Egbinowaya, a visually impaired craft instructor with the Edo State School for the Blind. So Orobusa, you lost your sight, but you still had your hands.
Very well.
And today your hands has become very useful. So why did you go into craft?
Well, by the grace of God, I go into craft at a result of let me diversify a miss. Let me just put it that way, because the support I was expecting was no longer coming. So I had to look for another means to continue life. That's how I entered into crafts.
So today you are a craft instructor with the Edo State School for the Blind.
Yes.
But for a blind person, people will be wondering, he can't see. How is he able to become a craft person? No, that will require vision. He's supposed to see what he's doing. What would you tell people like that?
Well, what we tell people like that are watching us now all over the world, despite that the eyes is not there, but every organs of the body, they are still very much intact. So whenever I'm doing this craft, I always go around to be counting it. You have to do with a calculation. And mind you, when you miss one, all your work will be destroyed. You cannot get the true picture of what you're supposed to get. So you have to be, as we are doing it, it requires a lot of patience and it requires a lot of calculation.
All right, I would like my presentation director to focus on your work. They are displayed here, bags that you've made, handbags. Apart from these handbags, are there other things that you are good at doing?
Well, the other things that I'm doing by the grace of God, I do key holders, the one they can also popularly call keychains. We have some letters of beaded bags of bead, letter A, letter C, letter D, like that, and beaded bags for ladies, as you can see, the one displayed on the table. Flower vase, I've been doing flower vase before now, but it get to a time I stopped doing flower vase and all that. So that's how the bead work. And when you talk about bead work, bead is a broad word, but I narrow my own to beaded bags, because in bead work you talk about necklace, earring, hand chair and all that, but I'm not into all those ones. I focus on the beaded bags and key holders and flower vase.
So I would like to ask, how's business been for you?
Well, business is usually very sweet. You know, when you don't have a shade where you display or a store, a stand, so you cannot expect business to be moving the way it's supposed to be moving. But nevertheless, the Lord is faithful in His mercy, and whenever we produce, after a while, God still helps us break customer, and we also patronize. So that's how the business has been going.
Okay, so from what you're saying now, you're an entrepreneur of a sort.
Yeah.
What's your major challenge doing this business?
Well, the major challenge in doing it, number one, is material. And we normally order the raw material from Lagos. Like the one they are selling in Benin here, is very expensive and it's a substandard materials. Because to get this money is very difficult. So whoever that want to get your product, you should get value for his or her money. So it will be out of wickedness for anybody to get your product less than how many days the thing has spoiled. So it will not be, the person will not be happy. Coming back again will be very difficult. So I always get my material from Lagos, and a good and quality one. And a good example to portray what I was saying, a few days ago, somebody went to buy a color for me because he requested for a particular color that I should use for work, to do work for her. So I could not get that particular color from Lagos. So I now told her she went to the market by herself to get the color. You won't believe, I doubt if the person may use it for a long time because it was not a good quality. Those are the problem.
So you want people to have value for their money.
Very well.
So you go the extent of looking for quality materials to
quality materials and quality work. And it's durable, it's top notch, does not have any rival. Yes, sir.
That's a good one. I like that ad. You know, for many visually impaired persons, education is the only leveler.
Very well.
And when they often talk about education, they talk about it from the standpoint of formal education. But do you think that a lot of blind persons who might not be able to go through the 4 walls of a university, for example, how important is it for them to learn skill? And is it possible for persons with disability to become craftsmen just like yourself? Because some might be doubting.
It's possible, but the problem now is that the only school that was doing that for persons with visual impairment, since all these years, the school is grounded. It's no longer working, it's no longer in session. So by the special grace of God, I believe in this.
Which school are you talking about?
A Nigeria Farmcraft Center for the Blind.
Oh, you mean the Farmcraft Center for the Blind in Lagos?
Yes.
It's no longer functioning?
It's no longer functioning. It's grounded for these years now.
So how can a blind person go and learn some of the things you've learned now? Because you learned it from that school.
Yeah. So the only school that is existing now that visually impaired can go and learn some of those skills is Oshodi. And Oshodi is very expensive, it's private. And I'm also appealing to our governor, His Excellency Senator Modi Okpebholo, that if he should also look into a vocational training center for visual impairment in the state, so that those people that lost their sight at old age, as they are, because it will not be easy for them to, it's not everyone that will become a professor or doctor or lawyers, so that they can also go into skills, and so that they can also be catering for themselves and for their dependents.
That's quite sad. I mean, like you said, not everybody can go to school. Some can become very useful to society with the use of their hands. There are several vocational centers in Edo State, and I'm joining you to appeal to that it's important that such centers are also inclusive so that persons with disability will find their way to those centers and get to learn some skill. But you are in the Edo State School for the Blind.
Yes.
You teach the visually impaired students their
Yes.
craft. How's that going for you?
Well,
Is it encourageable?
Well, by the grace of God, with the help of our HM and all other staff and the government and spirited individuals, well, it will not be easy, but God is helping us. We are pushing it small. And whenever we have materials available, we also pass the knowledge to the children too. And those ones that have also passed through School for the Blind, is my session there. At least some of them, they can testify to themselves. They can also do it, or they can still do some of those work which they learn there.
You have a platform now to appeal to government. Or are you getting enough funding in terms of getting materials to teach some of these blind students?
Well, the materials is not really there. The materials are not coming the way it's supposed to be coming. I'm appealing to our Excellency and all our officers over there that are watching me now, that are listening to me through radio or watching me through TV, that they should please give a fund to crafts department in Edo State School for the Blind, so that we can be training and train people that they themselves, after leaving the school, they can also be dependent of themselves.
Beautiful. Judging from your experience as a teacher or a craft instructor in the Edo State School for the Blind, I'm sure you would have heard story of parents being reluctant to send their children to school, parents who are not aware that a school exists. What do you have to tell parents out there who, one, are reluctant, or two, are not just aware?
Well, it's very sad that you have a physically challenged child or a visually impaired, you think he or she cannot be useful. It's very sad. There is a word that says there is ability in disability. That child, you think that he cannot amount to something good in life. Please just give him or her the opportunity and see the wonders the Lord will bring out from him or her. Because the Bible makes us understand that the stone that the builder rejected become a chief cornerstone. That child, you think that he cannot amount to anything. I promise you, when you give him or her the education he desire, that he deserve in life, it will become the one that will be carrying the family glory. Please, if you have any child out there, either directly or either it's your child or it's your relative, or you come across anyone, please bring them out for education. Anyone that can afford that education to university or whatever, he can learn skills that he or she can also be using to care for himself. No one is useless. Every one of us is useful.
All right, you've learned a couple of skills. Are there other skills you would love to learn and go into, or you're okay with the one you've learned so far?
Well, on daily basis, more skills are coming. If you depend on the one 1960, the time will become obsolete. So we keep on praying that God give us the fun and the opportunity to learn more, the new ones that are coming up, so that the ones you know already will not become obsolete.
Now, that's why I'm asking, what other ones would you want to learn? I know there are some blind people who are going into farming now. Some people might doubt it, but there are blind people who are farmers, who are taught how to farm. When I went to Lagos, the Farm Craft Center you referred to, I saw a big farm where they use as their practicals to teach visually impaired persons on how to farm. And some of them who left there have set up their farms. They are doing well for themselves. I saw some blind people go into soap making. I didn't know that blind persons can learn so many hand skills.
Well, thank you very much. You talk about Farm Craft Center for the Blind. Farm Craft Center for the Blind is a very vast place that we are teaching so many things where visually impaired learn so many things outside crafts. We talk of soap making, you don't mention home and body care products. Anyone you can talk of, they are all doing it there. Except for those that will go there to play, those are the ones that will not be able to make good use of it. Those ones that really go there to learn, after graduating from that place, coming back home, their life don't normally remain the same. And I believe by the grace of God Almighty, and with the hardworking governors, with the hardworking governor we have in the state and the team members, and I believe they know this that time that we also have that kind of school year in Edo State too.
Very, my last question, and I want you to answer that very briefly. Was there a time where anybody tried to stop you, or anyone doubted you?
Yes, and it was when I was trying to learn this craft many years ago. Somebody tried to stop me that don't go, but it was one of my pastors that said, well, go. As you go there.
Why did the person say you shouldn't go? What was the reason?
He told me that the craft they are doing is not encouraging and all that. He saw those cane chair, cane bag, those ones. But getting there, it was a different ball game entirely.
And you are making a living out of what you are doing today.
God is faithful.
Fantastic. It's been an inspiring journey with Orobosa Igbinowaya, detailing his experience as a craftsman and as a teacher or a craft instructor with the Edo State School for the Blind. This is just to say that persons with disability are not liability to society. That if taught, if trained, if empowered, they can become useful not only to themselves, but to society at large. Orobosa is a true testament to that fact. My name is Kingsley Okoje. I'm saying join us same time on same station for another exciting edition of the program, Hitches and Voices. Till then, spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to yet a fresh episode on the program Law and You, as we spotlight very important issue that we see every day in our everyday transactions. Now, do you know that owing money in Nigeria can cost you more than just the interest? It can cost you your peace of mind. It can also cost you your dignity. It can cost you even sometimes your life. A situation where you get midnight calls after getting your daytime calls from those that you took the money from. To a point even where you are being harassed or sometimes even brutalized, and also to a point where you are facing a demand notice or a court order, and then law enforcement and all the rest. How then can we draw the line legally, or what the laws of the land apply to where we can draw the line between what is a legal means of recovering debt and what is also an illegal means of recovering debt. My name is Philip Omo Gyupong. This is the courtroom where we'll look at these issues and find a way to resolve them. And discussing this with me, I have a legal practitioner with me, and his name is Emmanuel Obakwalo. Big thanks for joining me in this new year.
Good day, Philip. Good day, Nigerians.
All right, so let's look at the background on what debt is before we go into total about where we can draw the line between what can be called illegal debt recovery and illegal means of recovery.
Debt recovery is a pure civil matter.
Oh, it's not criminal.
Civil, yes. And there are legal frameworks.
You mean owing debt is,
yes.
is a civil case?
Civil. Pure civil.
If the debtor defaults?
Civil. But there are legal frameworks on debt recovery. And what are these? They are 14 in number. But time may not permit us to begin to go through them all.
Absolutely.
So we may choose some of them. 1, the Companies and Allied Matters Act. 2, the Central Bank Act. 3, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules of various states. 4, the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules of the Federation. 5, we have the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Company. These are some of this debt recovery we have. We also have the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act. Now, when you look at debt recovery, like I did say, is a pure civil matter, and it has procedure and processes to be followed. Now, if A gets money from B, or loans money from B, or borrowed money from B, you are to pay back that money based on the conditions upon which the loan was given. So it becomes a contract between the parties. And the party that is now the loanee, the party that is now the debtor, is duty bound to obey the conditions upon which the contract was entered.
Even if the conditions does not meet the requirement by law?
The conditions must be, it is only the court that has the power to interpret whether or not the conditions meet the requirement or does not meet the requirement. Where they don't meet the requirement, the court will find out it.
Okay.
Because, you see,
even if the court finds out it, but the loanee has signed to that. So there's a contractual agreement.
Yes. Somebody can be that so desperate and assign and go to sign anything that will even be to his detriment.
So can the court admit that, being that the person signed to that agreement, even though it doesn't, or it negates, or it breaches the constitutional provision?
The court may, where it breaches or it violates the law.
Okay.
The court will not accept the conditions.
We ignore the signature.
Yes.
That, or
the court will not accept it in total.
Okay.
The court will want to look at the fairness of the condition.
Okay.
And what it should be, what the law says.
To administer justice.
Yes, with respect to it, because the court only gives justice. And the court looks at, and justice can be two-way traffic. So the court considers that. So, and as such, in such a situation, even the debtor can get the approval of the courts for protection. Okay. The law protects also the debtor. So that is what we look at. Okay. And that is what the court considers when there is a matter of such nature before
this what you just said is indicative of a contract, but let's look at, as in a written contract, I mean, but let's look at a situation where there's just a verbal agreement, like friendly loans, for instance. I don't want to use the word, but let me use the word informal loaner or lender giving to a friend, like me giving to a friend and saying, well, 2 months back I needed money, okay, but by the time my friend now defaults, just a verbal gentleman agreement, you know. By the time he now defaults, do I have the local standard to litigate?
Yes. You know, contracts, there are two types of contracts. There is the implied contracts, which is a verbal contract, it simply means that the contract is not spelled out in black and white. The contract is not written. It takes the form or pattern or nature of a gentleman's agreement. Such contracts, the law also allows it, recognizes it rather, and allows the contract to be between parties, just as because the law recognizes it, and the law also considers situations of such. There is also the express contract. This one now is a contract entered by the parties where they spell out the contract, the conditions, written, the terms, everything that the parties must do with respect to that contract. And you see, express contract is always easier for the parties who entered it.
For debt recovery,
yes,
it's always easier.
Yes, because of the contract is spelled out.
Documented.
That every person, every Tom, Dick and Harry can read and understand that this is a contract entered by the parties. However, where in an implied contract or what is known as gentleman agreement, there are also conditions the court will look at, particularly where that loan that was given or the borrowings that was administered frowns are contrary to conditions of debt of loans. I get me, of loans. For instance, the interest. If the interest is overburdensome, if the interest contradicts the percentage as provided for by law, the law will also look at such contract that the parties ought to be fair to themselves with respect to that contract. So what the court
the ground norm takes effect.
Yeah. So what
such a situation.
Yeah. So what the court does is that the court looks at the fairness of the condition between the parties or amongst the parties, as the case may be. So in debt recovery, there are legal process to recover your debt. However, in course of carrying out the debt recovery, if a party, either of the party, choose to assault or batter another, it now has a criminal flavor.
Okay. Before we go there, let's exhaust and explore this aspect you just said, most especially, for instance, for how you call it, a gentleman agreement, verbal agreement. And this does not involve, the lender having the license to do that. How does the court address this?
Where the lender is not a certified lender, it becomes an issue.
For debt recovery, you mean?
Yes,
or
for
to
debt.
litigate? Both.
When you want to recover debt, you follow the processes. If you choose to toe the line of alternative dispute resolution, where a mediator is appointed, even for there to be a mediator, it is the parties that must apply to court. The parties must apply. So the court appoints, or the court appoints to them a mediator for them. But in most contracts today, the parties in their agreement where the loan now is an express one, that means documented, the parties themselves always put in that contract a clause suggesting the process of how to recover the debt. They put a process. They may say, okay, where the loanee violates this, our first step will be that we will both appoint a mediator who is to sit to determine the matter between the two of us. And where that doesn't work, we cannot choose to go to court. Where that happens, sir, the parties, where there is a violation of the terms and conditions of that contract, either of the party cannot just run to court. to seek redress. If you go where the conditions of the contract is now brought to court, and the court sees that there is a clause that says that first the parties must go to a mediator, seek an alternative dispute resolution to ensure that this matter is determined. The court will now ask the parties to go and do so. Until that fails, that is when they cannot come to court. And in most modern contracts today, that is the pattern they follow in recovery of debt. They ensure that the process upon which the debt will be recovered is followed, is infused in that contract. So that's why it is safer and better to have an express contract with respect to loan or borrowings.
All right, thank you.
The parties will be more secured than the oral one where there may be a processes or method of denial.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Well, this is Law and You in case you're just coming across it. And my name is Philip Omo-Gyukma. I'll be speaking with Emmanuel Obakwalo, a legal luminary. And we're going to be taking a short break, after which we'll delve deeper into the topic, most especially the aspect of harassment and seizure of property. Where does the law draw the line? To stay. Welcome back. The show is Law and You. I still have my guest with me now. Can a loaner or a lender, seize the loanee's property without due process?
No. It becomes an offense. It becomes a crime.
It becomes a crime?
Yes.
Or a civil wrong?
The civil wrong will not metamorphose to a crime because you cannot seize the property of a debtor or a loanee without a court order.
Okay, a court order must be there.
You cannot. You don't have that power.
Okay, but let's paint a scenario where the lender is not really registered by law.
Whether or not it's not a certified lender or a legal lender, a legal lender cannot seize.
Talk less.
More of a lender that is not certified. You cannot seize someone's property. That's why some of these persons who call themselves private lenders, who are registered, you see them, one of the conditions they give most times when there is need to borrow money from them, they will give a condition of bring a landed property.
Yeah, like collateral security.
Yes.
My mind was going there.
Bring a landed property. And most times their interest, they will want to go and know the land, see where the land is, and they begin to pick interest. So by the time the lender is defaulting, the loanee or the borrower is defaulting, you see them begin to show interest with respect to that land. At times they'll just go sell they pretend to sell the property to somebody, that person will overturn or sell the property to them again. So, and when they want to present before the court, if the matter now goes to court, they'll say that they sold. The court will say, no, you don't have that power. You don't have that power. Where there is a default of the contract entered by the parties, the best method or best step to take is to seek redress. Go before the court and say, XYZ had violated the agreement, the contract entered between us or between the parties. And as such, I want to recover my money. The court will come up with a proper judgment.
Okay.
Someone that will even give both parties peace.
Okay, take for instance, in the gentleman's agreement, there was An agreement that if you are not able to pay me in 2-3 months, I pick your car. Is that admissible in court?
It isn't.
Even if the loanee signed to it?
It isn't. You should pay back your money. And even if there's any need for the car to be sold, he should by himself sell his car and give you your money. It's safer. And it's legal. But where there's a seizure of the car by the lender,
that becomes an illegal means of debt recovery.
Illegal means of debt recovery. And you know, it suggests crisis between the parties. But mind you, at the point of entering into that contract, the parties enter into the contract with peace, smiles, joy, and happiness. But now that you want to recover the debt, there's now crisis.
Because money is involved.
Not only that, especially where you follow illegal means to recover that debt. There will be crisis between the parties. Where you follow legal means, if, for instance, you go to court for redress, the other party will even be more afraid. And may want to seek an alternative dispute ADR means of resolving the matter. May say, okay, may tell the courts, my lord, can we settle out of court? Maybe at the close of the day, the court may pass such as consent judgment between the parties. But where you toe the line of illegality to recover that debt, it becomes an issue.
Okay, let's look at how a loaner, or rather a lender, can get his debt back in terms of what is being owed, can recover his debt. Most especially if he is not having the required license, and there are charges or interest that was inbuilt, because we had this conversation off camera. So I want you to bring back on record, as in if such a lender or a gentleman who gave that money out, if he has the legal backing to impute interest when he has no license as a lender.
It's commonsensical. He doesn't have right to request for any form of interest. He doesn't have that right.
On the basis that he's not licensed?
Yes, he doesn't have that right. Because that purported or supposed contract entered by the parties is even an illegal contract. And an illegal contract cannot become legal by seeking redress in the court.
But the court can give it a soft landing, mostly to the creditor, because it was just an act of kindness.
Act of kindness.
Say, for instance, I'm lending money to a friend. It was an act of kindness. And
act of kindness.
You can't tell me I can't get the money back, even though I built interest on it.
No, you can't get that interest.
I can't get the money with the interest.
Yes.
What makes you say so?
Because you are not a certified lender.
Okay, so what would the court do, or what do we have as the law?
So it still depends on.
I only get my money back without the
yes, and it depends on the process you also follow.
Considering the fact that this money has spent months, I would have rather given my money into the business and then it yields profit.
It is not.
Isn't the law going to also find a way to resolve that? Because it involves money that I would have kept into the business and it would have yielded profit.
It is not the duty of the court to know how long the debt has been and the time you choose to recover the debt. It is not the duty of the court. That contract from the outset is an illegal contract. So you cannot now give it the flavor of legality to ensure, because
it passed through the bank, for instance, and it was written loan.
Loan. Mind you, you just told me that it's a gentleman agreement between two friends, and the lender is not a certified lender. So it's the toga on that contract is that it is a mere gentleman agreement between the parties. So he can seek redress to recover the debt, but the interest, he is not qualified to do that. He is not. You can just say, I need my money, stricto sensu. And mind you, there is going to be a counter also from the borrower.
Okay.
To say, no, it was this, it was not this.
Okay, so let's look at the safest way, because it's one thing for you to request for money as a loan. It's another for you to keep integrity and get this money paid. Now, what's the safest way? Because we are advising the public, for instance. What's the safest way to get money as loans? Is it from just the bank?
The bank.
Microfinance bank also?
Yes.
Certified?
Certified. Go to the bank. Make an application. We have too many banks. We have the Bank of Industry. We have the Bank of Agriculture. It depends on what you want to do with the money you want to loan. Because first, you must convince the bank what you want to use the money for. Not because you want to buy tissue paper, you now go and apply in the court, in the bank, that you need a loan.
Or personal consumption.
Or you want to, or you want to buy phone for yourself. You go to the bank and apply for loan. No. What will the money be used for?
That's where we are, because this stringent means, all right, tied to getting loans from banks, brought a point where we now see loan sharks, digital loans, feasting on the unsuspecting public. So how do you address that bottleneck in the banks, for instance?
Technology also has its own disadvantage. I saw somebody who has an app on his phone, and he was using it to get loans, small loans, from some illegal
loan sharks.
Yes. And one of the days they called him to say, come, you are already owing over 50-something thousand naira. Come and pay. We are giving you 3 days to come and pay the money. And he was running up and down. I said, why did you do that?
So to avoid that, how do we tackle that aspect of the banks, for instance? Because we're going to be rolling this into a fresh episode, and we'll delve deeper into the digital loans that you just made mention of. But before we round off in less than 3 minutes, how do we clear off the bottleneck system in the regular banking system, for instance, that now gave room for all of these, ways by which those who are applying for loans now seek other means instead of seeking the right way where they will not be defrauded. So how do we address the bottleneck system in banks?
The banks should ensure that the processes to get loans are flexible. Because just now it is very cumbersome.
But the bank doesn't allow personal consumption.
No, you cannot, because like you are hungry. You want to go and apply for loan.
You must
what do you do with the money? Convince the bank. Because the bank too,
except it's a salary account, for instance.
Yes, the bank too
that can be given on personal consumption.
Yes, because you have a salary account. Yes, but if at the end of the day, when the salary comes, the bank takes the money.
But if it's not, then maybe we'll be looking at the turnover, for instance.
Because the bank also consider how much is this person applying for, the amount of the money. So that will now make the bank to be strict and ensure that the process is strict. Why? The bank want to be safer, to ensure that they are not giving their loan to the wrong person, and that their loan will come as at when due. And two, even the borrower will not be a fraudulent person.
Okay.
2. And 3, 4, the borrower too will use the money for the purpose for which it was applied for.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Awesome to have you join on this very, very sensitive and fresh topic on today. We're going to be looking at this, an extension, which is the second episode, which we'll be looking at still on debt recovery, both the legal and illegal means. Do well to join us same time next week. I am Philip Omo Gupon. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
the man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today we have a topic which is of vital importance. And the topic is simply Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Islamic ruling on intoxicants. What are the substances that constitute intoxicants? Inshallah, in the course of the program, the panelists will tell us. To take this vital topic this evening, I have with me in the studio Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Aji. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you.
Alhamdulillah. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamin Alao. Now let's go straight to the business of the day. We are looking at the topic Islamic ruling on intoxicants. So let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. What are the substances, what are the things that constitute intoxicants as far as this topic is concerned?
In the name of Allah, all praise belongs to Allah, and we ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The substances that constitute intoxicants is anything that can change the sense of reasoning of a person when they consume it. This is what is referred to as intoxicant in Islam, and we call it a muskirun. And the Prophet ﷺ said, every muskir, that is anything that intoxicates, is haram. Anything that intoxicates is haram. So whether it is alcohol or it is any of the substances that people consume, such as heroin, cocaine, cannabis, call them, name them, they are all under the classification of intoxicants, and they are prohibited in Islam. This is because of the Islamic objective to protect human mental health. That mental health is of paramount importance. When you have too many people who are sick in their head in a community, of course, you can be sure that everything will be in disarray in that community. So Islam considers mental health to be one of the very, very important part of the human system that needs to be protected. Now,
thank you very much. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, we have some who argue that it is not forbidden in the Quran. It's not entirely, completely forbidden in the Quran that you should take intoxicants. And some will refer to Quran chapter 4, verse 43, where Almighty Allah says that, oh, you believe, do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Some will refer to Quran chapter 2, verse 219, where Almighty Allah says that when you talk of intoxicants, there are benefits in them and there are sins in them. But the sins outweigh their benefits. Why we now have Quran chapter 5, verse 90, where Almighty Allah completely forbids or condemns the consumption of intoxicants. So can you please help the viewers to reconcile these three verses of the Quran?
You see, when Almighty Allah gives us an instruction in the Quran, sometimes it goes by way of telling us direct instruction, and there are some that pass through stages depending on the way the society is viewed. Of course, during the time of Prophet Muhammad people were also they were indulging in the use of alcohol, intoxicants, and as such, as he was preaching to them, Almighty Allah now made it a kind of stage or stepwise instruction that gradually people were getting used to, people who had been used to the consumption of intoxicants. They were instructed when you want to pray, because just as he said, the moment you take any form of intoxicant, it changes your psyche. And if you look at the entire part of the body, the brain can be said to be the engine room of every being. Oh. The moment it is disturbed, automatically all the other parts and the value of such individual will be disturbed, including the people that live with such individual. That explains the reason why Almighty Allah calls our attention in many verses that whoever wants to worship him must have the psyche complete. The mentality of every human being must be complete, and that is where you can comprehend the nature of Almighty Allah. And as such, yes, in order not to tamper with that, Almighty Allah says you should not take any form of intoxicant when you are about to pray. The second stage was that if you feel you are taking it for any pleasure, for anything, it could be an advantage to you, but the main evil, the main sins that you commit after taking it is worse and much more than the advantage that you feel you are taking from it. And the final one, which Almighty Allah said that if any act of intoxicant, divination, and arrow train, all these are handworks of Shaitan. Desist from them if indeed you want to succeed both in this world and in the hereafter. And that one seals it, that whoever wants to succeed before fellow human being and before Almighty Allah on the day of accountability, such individual must get away from taking intoxicants, no matter how little it is.
Thank you very much. Yes, if you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic Islamic rulings on intoxicants. Islamic rulings on intoxicants. So those of you who try to argue that the Quran did not completely prohibit consumption of intoxicants, you've heard the explanation now, the exegesis of the Quran. The first verse revealed, you are told that do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Then they are just embrace Islam. And you know, in those days, during the Jahiliyyah period, they drink alcohol like water. So they embrace Islam, but they are still consuming alcohol. And those who now want to say Salah, God asks, if you want to pray, don't drink. Then some say, okay, I will not drink when I want to pray, but I will drink when I'm not about to pray. Then second verse also came, Quran 4:43, that there are benefits in them. And Quran chapter 2 verse 219, there are benefits in them, there are sins in them, but the sins outweigh the benefits. Why some stop consuming it? That, since the sins outweigh the benefits, I will not consume them again. Before the final verse now came, we are now described it along with gambling, that they are abominations devised by the devil. That you know abstain from them so that I can be successful. Now, Ustaz Abdul Hafiz, Islamic rulings on intoxicants. What are the sins? What are the consequences of consuming intoxicants? Does it have anything to do? Is there any correlation between it and crime rate in the society? What other thing? Why do you think we are asked to abstain from intoxicants?
The verse of the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala stepwise and systematically prohibited intoxicant. As you mentioned, Allah said the benefits, you say you have some benefits in them, but then the disadvantage, the harm that you will suffer from consuming them is more than the advantages that you think you get from them. Obviously, the Prophet ﷺ said, as a way of, making it non-negotiable to say you want to consume intoxicant. He said, Allah has not put the cure of any disease in that which He has prohibited. So that you cannot say that I am taking this alcohol, I'm taking this intoxicant because of my health. Some people say that they take intoxicant because they want to do away with their worries. When they are having issues with their wives or their families or in the office, they want to take intoxicant in order to throw them away from, the normal thinking, so that they don't feel the pain. But this is not a solution. In fact, medically, it is documented today that some of the stroke cases, consumption of intoxicant is becoming one of the risk factors in people that are having crises of stroke. Before you have stroke more in the elderly. Now you are now having stroke in middle adults because of what? Consumption of these intoxicant. It's a risk factor, as has been mentioned. Now, the Prophet ﷺ, still to make it, there is no way. He's saying that whatever intoxicates in little quantity, then it is, in large quantity, is prohibited in the smallest quantity. So that you cannot say, I can consume it. Then besides, if a person has become an addict of consuming intoxicants, the person risks his salah being accepted. So that it's not just about, it's me, it's my business, I consume it, it's not your business. In fact, the Prophet ﷺ says that the person who commits idolatry, that's one who worships other gods beside him. You know that the sin Allah does not forgive is the sin of associating partners with Allah. That the one who is going to be next to be condemned to the fire of hell on the day of judgment is somebody who became an addict of consumption of intoxicants. So that it is not something anyone should want to live with. If a person has it as a problem, maybe he has grown up with it from young age, it is something he can still fight, battle it, and see how you stop it. It is not only harmful to our health, it is a sin in the sight of Allah.
Thank you very much.
As you know too, that Allah does not allow you to take your life. Allah does not allow you to inflict harm on yourself. You are not allowed to injure yourself. So consumption of intoxicant is like killing the organs of your body system, and Allah does not allow that.
Thank you very much.
Now,
do not kill the organs of your body system. Do not commit suicide indirectly or gradually by consuming what is injurious to your health, what is injurious even to your mental health as well. Now, Prof, I'm coming to you again. Professor Bunyamin Aide. We have some people that are caused in respect of intoxicants, apart from the consumer itself. Can you please tell us some of them, so that people will not feel that, okay, it's only those who consume it?
Well, according to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he was reported to have said that there are 10 categories of people that are caused along with or in association with intoxicants. The consumer, the one that prepares it, the one that works there, the one that sits where it's being consumed, and the one that bought it for another person. The person that they sent to go and buy it for another person. The person that carries it, and also the people that sit down where intoxicants or intoxicants are being consumed. All these are the categories of persons that are caused along with intoxicants.
Alhamdulillah. You can see, in order for consumption of intoxicants to stop, in fact, if people are consuming intoxicants and you greet them, you are also caused. So if they greet you, do not answer them. Then the distillate itself, the intoxicant itself, is also caused. We have 10 categories of people who are caused. So if the carrier is conscious, the buyer is conscious, you will discover that it will be difficult to circulate the intoxicants. Now, coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdulaziz. I was talking about relating consumption of intoxicants with crime, armed robbery, kidnapping, assassination. You can see the in the country. Now, do you feel some kill under the influence of intoxicants, or that's their nature?
Now,
correlation between intoxicants and crime rates?
Surely, the consumption of intoxicants is connected with the level at which people are ready to commit crimes. Yes. Fornication, for example, and adultery are more like the twin sister with intoxicant. Hardly will you find anybody who is morally shameless that he will not consume, intoxicants. The same thing with those who go into armed robbery. Some of the people who go to the extent of taking the life of others, they need to be a little bit insane for them to be able to do that. They look for substances to consume to deaden their conscience, so that they will not have the human feeling that, oh, this is a human being that I want to deal with. So there is a connection. Apart from crime rate, it's from the regulation in road safety that somebody who is under the influence of alcohol should not drive. Now, somebody who is under the influence of alcohol, to tell you how much it is so risky, can sleep with their mother. You know, you asking somebody that, okay, which of the sin is the one that you think is the greatest? To commit adultery, or to take intoxicant, or to murder? Alcohol consumption, intoxicant consumption is the greater of them. Why is it the greatest? The man who can stay away from committing adultery and can stay away from committing murder, by the time they consume intoxicant, they can do any of this. To the extent that one who is under the influence of intoxication can sleep with their mother, they can commit incest, they can go to any length because they are not in their senses. So how about you having for example, a medical doctor that wants to attend to a patient being under the influence of intoxicant? You have an engineer that wants to do the computation of what you need to be able to give you something that that's going to be durable, an edifice that will be solid, and is under the influence of intoxicant. Because some people just think that consumption of intoxicant is normal with life. It's a way of flexing. It's a way of maximizing your enjoyment of life. But it is not true. You are harming yourself. You are harming others. So this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited it. There is connection with between consumption of intoxicant and the crime rate in society, no doubt. Those you are calling bandits, those you are calling Boko Haram, many of them, they consume these substances. Now,
Prof, is there any punishment under the Sharia? And what is punishment under the Sharia for consumption of intoxicants? And then some of the students now take different substances. I want you are a professor in the University of Benin. So you must have had some experience concerning what I'm talking about. Can you please advise the viewers and the students of the need to abstain from intoxicants?
Well, from Islamic point of view, if one is known to have taken any form of intoxicant, the person should be given 80 strokes of the cane. Yes. Now, aside that, for our youths today, generally, students and other people that belong to the category of those that we call youth, even the adults, everyone supposed to go away from any act of intoxicant. There are nowadays different forms. The ones that we are used to know are the normal alcohol, whether the brewed one or the local one we call kai kai, and the ones that they sniff, under which you have cocaine, you have heroin, and those that you also consume orally, under which you have, the ones that you smoke. Marijuana is one of them, and there are nowadays, you have sophisticated marijuana that they have laced with other chemicals in order to be more potent than the ordinary one. And people also use marijuana in order to cook rice or cook beans. And apart from that, some eat it raw. All these are various forms through which people consume them. And some go to the extent of taking some other drugs like codeine, which in the medical circle is used in order to cure heart cough. And people have abused it. They take it excessively and it deadens the cells, it deadens the senses. And not only this, there are so many other ones that people take in one form or another. Some even go to the extent of mixing some of these drugs with yogurt. And after taking them, there is this one they call the tramadol. Even there is another one more potent than tramadol, that after taking it, the person may be rolling inside the mud. The person will lose senses, and there are so many of them that people take. We have to go away from them, because the moment you take them, the individual becomes useless to himself and becomes a permanent problem to the entire society.
Thank you very much. Viewers, this is what we can take today on the program Message of Islam. The topic discussed Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Intoxicants include tramadol, codeine, marijuana, heroin, cocaine, whatever can affect your mental health is forbidden completely in Islam, and it's also sinful. When you have consumed them, you cannot approach your salat. And the punishment in Islam was even 40 strokes of the cane before it was increased to 80 strokes of the cane at the time of Umar bin al-Khattab. Close to 100 strokes of the cane, which is punishment for fornication. Thanks for coming, Professor Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Ustaz Sani Abdulafiz. And your uncle, Al-Aj Alamin Alao. Viewers abstain completely from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sotun rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is where women sit together to discuss things that are happening amongst us, especially the women. Do we talk about men? Yes, we do sometimes, when it is very, very necessary, especially when we're talking about marriage, talking about DNA and all that. But this is a room for women where we discuss, where we'll laugh, where we'll chit-chat, as you might call it. Anyway, it's a new episode, new production, and I am saying Happy New Year to you viewers. It's been a while, so we say Happy New Year and thank God we made it to 2026. Anyways, like as usual, I don't do this alone. I have my pretty women, my guests, always here to analyze some of the topics that we'll be discussing today. And on my right, I have Princess Edith Madejemo, who is a household name. She is the CEO Golden Touch Collection. Edith.
Good morning, Happy New Year, and thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, and welcome as usual. And to my left, we have Ayo. The thing about Ayo, let me talk about Ayo before introducing her. I have been pursuing Ayo to join us on WIC because she has a lot to talk about. She has a lot to educate us on. But of course, Ayo is a very busy person. Thank God she made it through to us today. She is Ayo Ali Balogun. Ayo Ali Balogun is a management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You also pretty. I told you behind the camera, I like your earrings, so I'm going to take it. Anyway, thank you for joining us again. And let's just go straight to today's discussion. Ladies, it's been a problem, mothers, especially these young mothers these days, they shy away from discussing the adult talks with their daughter. And so the question is, when is the right time to start the discussion with your daughter on adult talks? I know you understand what I mean when I say adult talks. Princess, let me start with you.
Oh. I'm actually on that table right now.
Wow.
And at times it gives me goosebumps when I'm talking about it. But the way do we have to talk about it? As an intentional parent, you just have to be open to some extent. I don't think there is a perfect time for it, in as much as you watch your child or your girl child growing from 7 years, you can start at least educating her about herself. Then thereafter, from 10 years, I think you can start introducing some talk to her. Especially, I have this topic I introduced to myself and my daughter, mom and daughter night. We used to do it every Friday or Saturday night. At times, once or twice in a month, we do it. And that is the time we talk.
How old is your daughter, if I might ask?
She's almost 10. She's 9, going to 10. So we have mom and daughter nights, and at times, these nights are the nights we talk. At times, she will jot some things down about me that she wants to tell me. Or about me, because I used to tell her, what do I do that you don't like? We parents, we can be somehow at times. So, and she will put it down. She's looking forward to that mother and daughter night that she'll tell me, Mommy, you used to do this and I don't like it. It makes me sad. As those points that she pointed out to me that makes her sad, I have to look into it. At times give her excuse. Then that is the time I have to talk to her about this adult talk. It's never too late when you start from 8, because you don't know where they go. You can't be with them all through. They go to church, they go to children party, you may be there. They go to school, you may be there with them at that children party, but you won't be playing with them. Maybe you just sit at the corner where the parents sit, and you have They will mingle with their friends. They go to school. You don't know what the other parents are teaching their children. And some of these things come from school. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, because from 8 years, an 8-year-old girl child should understand what you are talking about. We'll be able to get the message. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, you start telling them their body and how to associate with the opposite sex.
Okay. Thank you, Princess. Now, Princess had said from 8 years. But some mothers will tell you, 8 years child, is a baby. I'm still, bathing for her and all that. I don't want to start talking to her about the adult talk at 8 years. Do you agree with her, or what exact time do you think is the right time for one to start discussing adult talk with the children? Let me remind you that some children, like you said, at 8 years are fully blown with everything. Everything, when I mean everything, I have seen a lot of things. So when do you think is the right time to start talking?
So personally, I think much earlier.
Okay. Earlier than 7?
Earlier than 7. And I must mention this. I don't know if you remember this lady, Auntie Jessica Obioma. She used to be there. And she told me many years ago and said, have you educated your daughter on her body and private? My daughter was 4 years at that time.
Wow.
I thought, strange. And she said, no.
She's a child, because you still have some children wearing Pampers at 4.
Right. So I remember visiting her and she said, no, you tell her here, if anybody touch you, no. Because abuse, someone who, who is looking for a prey would not leave children under 8. As long as a child begins to, the cognitive, develops and the child can assimilate, you understand, you begin to, in the language that the child would understand, you get. Even when they're playing, nobody touch you here, don't, like that. Break it beat by beat. You'd be surprised that by age 8, like you said, a lot of children, I know when I was much younger, a girl had started her monthly period at the age of 8.
Wow.
So you can imagine such a girl. Of course, she has womanly body and everything. Now, what do you think would happen if that child hadn't been well groomed?
Okay, that's it.
You understand? Now you also have some children are very adventurous. They're curious. There's so many things online today that they see and they want to explore. You see young children, I query a lot of the Nigerian movies where, they're very explicit when it comes to trying to describe adult scenes. And I think the censors board should look into that. I think it's just too much for me. So I think the earlier, as soon as a child can recognize and assimilate, 8, 2, 3, nobody touch you here, okay? Anybody touch you there, you tell mommy. Because it starts a predator starts to groom a child. I say, if you tell your mommy, I'll beat you. If you tell your mommy, I kill you, I'll kill your mommy. You understand? So you want to start building the confidence of that child as early as possible. And I love what you do, Princess, with your daughter, the mother and daughter. I wish, I had
talk.
The mom, yes. I wish I knew that when my child was that age. But I think that's brilliant. And I'm going to propagate it. It's brilliant. And I love the fact that you are encouraging her to pen down her thoughts about your actions.
You, yeah.
I remember once my daughter said to me, I was like, tell me, and she was like, no, I don't want to tell you, because if I tell you now, when you're angry, you will say it.
Oh shit. I know how you feel that.
I know.
And it never left me. It never left me.
Okay, so let's come to that. What did you think you did wrong that made her to, get to that extent of saying, if I tell you this, the day you're angry, you bring it up to use it against me? Where did you go wrong in this?
So, with parenthood, nobody has a manual. So you come up, and then life has a way of, forming you. And you, the kind of person you are, determines. So this is me, who is a go-getter. And then my daughter, at that time, was a very quiet introvert. You could hardly hear her. So, I become very exasperated. I told her.
Because you're not acting like me.
Like me.
Why are you this quiet?
And guess what? Yes,
firebrand now.
Firebrand.
She was just forming. She was just yeah. She was
No,
forming.
well, that's language. Forming. No, I don't think she was forming. She was watching you.
Yeah, no. So
No,
when
that was her forming
stage,
stage. Her
you know,
forming
molding,
stage.
molding.
Yes,
Okay,
was
yeah.
molding.
Okay.
That's what I
Yes,
mean by
yes,
that.
okay.
See, it comes in. Sorry, darling.
Yes.
It comes in different way. Like your daughter said, if I tell you what you do now, if I tell you what's happening, you will use it against me.
Yeah.
I just imagine how you feel. It has happened to me actually. My own was smacking. So like you did something, I'll smack you. So there was something happened in school and she didn't tell me. I get to know, I think the third day or the other day, and I queried her. She said, I said, you told me everything. Because I made it a point of duty that when I come to pick her, right from the car, we're already discussing.
How did the day go?
Even if I'm on call, once I drop that call, start telling me, start talking. Don't wait for me to ask you. We started it when she was a little. So start telling me what, the things I couldn't enjoy when I was growing. I want my daughter to enjoy it. I learned, I enroll in all these different platforms, just to learn how to be a better mother, a better parent. I do. So I ask, I say, once I drop my phone, anything you think you should tell me, start talking. Don't wait for me anymore to start asking you. So I got to know 3 days after, and I asked her, why didn't you tell me? She was mute. For some time, I was like, am I talking to you? She said, yes. Did you hear what I said? She said, yes. I said, why didn't you tell me? And she said, if I tell you, she will smack me. You know, that's just as you said, it got to my brain like, so this girl can keep secret from me because I will smack her.
So how did you correct that?
Oh, so whenever she tells me things that would have make me smack her, I will not smack her. I will just hold on and correct her. That part, you know, I would have beat you. But I don't want to beat you so you can keep telling me.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So because of, after that scenario, such a thing never happened.
Ayo, I have had a young lady who came to meet me and said to me, I like the relationship you have with your daughter. I have just one daughter. I have the relationship you have with your daughter, but I do not have that relationship with my daughter. My daughter was actually very grown at the time she was talking to me about it, but her daughter was about 7 or 9, so she doesn't have that relationship that her daughter prefers to go talk to her dad. And then most times when her daughter wants to use her undies or, you know, zipper, she goes meet her dad. Daddy, do my zipper for me. Where do you think that mother went wrong for the daughter to have stayed away from her and rather talk with the father?
All right, so a lot of women, you know, query, oh, my children prefer the father, or that this.
I don't say anything wrong
I don't
about
say
it.
anything wrong with that. And I think, you know, the father also has a right to enjoy special bond
with
the daughter and with the son. So, you know, we can't tell, even as adults, we don't choose who to love or who we fall in love with romantically. And now when it comes to bonding, you know, there's this special thing that it just happens. I don't think your mother went wrong, and I don't think she should beat herself over it. She should leverage on the father and daughter relationship to get, you know, her own space, which is, you know, complements that relationship, encourage the relationship, and the girl will begin to trust her enough to say, oh, mommy is chilled with this, and bring her in. I want to have her as the third man in that relationship instead of trying to, you know, form her own and by breaking it. I don't think so. I think the father has a right to have a special bond with his daughter, and I don't think the mother went wrong. And she should just leverage on the special father and daughter relationship, which I love, you know, and promote it, encourage them, and they would naturally drag her along. I think.
Fantastic. They will naturally drag. I just hope she's listening, because she was very worried. She came and then she was complaining. My daughter doesn't have this bond you have with your daughter. But I built that bond with my daughter.
It's not a one-day thing.
It wasn't a one-day thing. Absolutely. Just like she said, I started this mother-daughter talk. I made her to know that she has to tell me everything. She's free to discuss anything with me. And then we became very close, you know. In fact, don't worry. You see
Up
the
to
two of
now.
us, you think we're friends. Yeah, she's very grown now. Anyway, let's go on a short break. We will be right back to continue this discussion. It's WIC. Welcome back. It's WIC, Women in Conversation, and we're still here. I still have Edith in the house, and then Ayo Alibalogun is still here. We were talking about the right time to discuss adult issues with your girl child. But anyway, everybody here has said their own how to handle it and how to go about it. I just hope you viewers out there listened and learned from these two women here. So we're going to be moving on, still on the girl child. Yes, a lot of people will say it's a boy child, not a child. The boy child is also molested, okay? It's not just the girl child, but it is very common with the girl child. We have seen very recently where we see 11-year-old girls being pregnant. We see the pictures and videos everywhere, and it's beginning to become a thing of concern, so that is why I chose for us to discuss this today. A boy child is also very, very molested, just like a female child. But let's move on to the girl child. Still on the girl child, dating. When is the right time for a girl child to start dating?
Right. So before I go into that, permit me, I'm also very passionate about the boy child. The boy child, any child, male or female, is vulnerable.
Very, very.
And must be educated. You have, boys child sodomized by older caregivers or people around, or also explored to adults things by the older female caregiver.
True.
So it is important, whether you have a girl child or boy child, to educate them on how to keep their private. So back on track.
Thank you for that. So back on track. When do you think is the right time for a girl child to start dating? We are concentrating on the girl child today.
Right.
We could bring in the boy child later on, but for the girl child, when is the right time for a girl child to start dating? Romantically.
Now, so when you say dating, I found that in recent times that, I think our generation would say dating is, immediately you're kissing, you're going to bed and all of that. But apparently, when you say dating, it's just you're going out for drinks, you're going out for movies. Then from the dating stage, you have the talking stage, and then so there are different stages according to the millennials and the Gen Zs. So now, for the girl child, any child, especially female, who is smart enough to get into the adult space, that is the university, is open to and susceptible to things like that. Now, you can imagine a girl child, so this child goes to university at the age of 16 or 17. I think there was a law, I don't know if they reversed it now, that the girl, you can't get into university in Nigeria until you're 7 age.
Yeah, that law just started last year, sometimes last year.
3 years ago. 3 years ago.
Was it 2 or 3 years ago?
Yes, I think yes, maybe to 2024 or early 2025. So, but if a girl child is old enough to get into university, smart enough to get into university, and finds a guy that she finds, to be honest, all of us at some point when we were in secondary school had crush on one person or the other.
Sure.
But in the university, you can encourage, because most, and from experience, I'll tell you that it's actually better for them to begin to have an open mind about having, healthy relationship, not amorous relationship with opposite sex, not that early. So when we say dating, are we talking about just going on, my friend is visiting me and the works? I think age 16, as long as you're in the university, I'm cool with that. But even if you're in the secondary school and they do the dating, but they won't call it dating, they call it hangout. So we need to define clearly what we mean by dating.
And that is why I said dating romantically, not the hangouts. It's not even hangouts. We hear children say, I'm going for a sleepover in my friend's house.
Oh.
Yes, a sleepover. So we're going to be touching the sleepover thing because I have a friend that has a particular issue about her daughter going for a sleepover. She also came to report that case to me. But let's go to you, Edith. Let's talk about the dating before we go to the sleepover.
To me, I won't say there's a particular age frame for dating. But like she rightly said, when a girl child is smart enough to be in the university, I think she's open for anything that comes to dating. Because in the university, you have mixed people, you have people, you have people that you crush on, that crush on you. And I think at that stage, you can express yourself. And another guy also is bold enough to express themselves, unlike when they were in the secondary school. At this stage, they are very expressional, and you are open for that. Then you should prepare your child, your daughter, ahead of this stage. Although they should also prepare their mind ahead of it that, okay, now you, my daughter, you are going to the university. Mind you, are going to come across Peter, you're going to come across some men that will admire you. Admiring you doesn't mean they want to take you to bed. You can associate. You can date anybody, but not the romantic part of it. You understand?
Yes.
Not going to bed. Then while dating, communication, like you said, stage by stage, communication, going out for lunch, for dinner, at times you party. It's an agreement. From the beginning of that dating, you spell out what you want. You understand? We want to just be friends. I love you and I like you. Let's be friends until I get to 20.
Don't you think that word love is heavy for just being friends?
No. It can't be heavy. You can love somebody and still respect that person's opinion.
But that's actually what love is. Love is respect.
So I love you and I want to date you. You can accept to date the person. I'm not going to bed. I'm not romantically entangled.
And that's where...
Are you getting it? Then you can be there for each other. You can have lunch together. You can go to a party together. And you can still remain clean. Until the time that appointed time that you said, okay, you can just reach an agreement like, I want to be 20. I want to get to 21. I want to do it when I'm a graduate.
Okay. We'll
come
to that. Yes, let's
now,
go to you.
It brings us back to those adult education you've been giving your child.
Thank you.
So it's cumulative. Now you see how successful you can measure your performance by how your girl child responds to all of this. Now she has a freedom. Has she all of a sudden forgotten all the education you have given her over the years? And that is where you also don't sit back or rest on your oars as a mother. You still go on, Let the girl child be open to, exploring.
But that in this Gen Z age, they are actually very different, okay? Back when they get to school, all the children are coming from different homes, different upbringings, different background. What you told your daughter is not what I probably would have told my daughter. Do you know there's some parents, there's some mothers who would say, if you meet a senator, that will spoil you. Go ahead to do that.
Oh, you have parents that can encourage their children to do all sorts.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So how do you maintain that that's good upbringing, that's good conversation you have had with your daughter before going to the uni? How do you continue to maintain that so she doesn't get to be lured by a child coming from a different background?
Constant talking. I would say, like she said, you don't relax. Like you've done your part, and the rest is left for her to decide. You still keep talking. Keep still talking, and once in a while, talk to her, call her. You can bump into her. I like to do that once in a while. Just go to school unannounced, and you know where your child is. Like all the teaching all along, she has to put them to practice. If you have been teaching her from the age of 9, 10, and now she's free. There are some children that are free. When they see freedom, it looks as if you'll be caging them. They'll just go haywire. But there are some children, even when they have that freedom, they will still be able to maintain that, character that they brought from the house. Like, okay, this is what my mom said I shouldn't do. I shouldn't be found in this company. I shouldn't be found in this company. But mind you, evil communication corrupts good manners. It does happen. It does.
So that's what I'm
there
saying.
Are some kids,
How do you curb that?
Even when you give them all the home training, all the training that you think you should give your child or your daughter, when they go out there, they do something else. Some children are actually two-faced. I'm sorry to say, some children are two-faced. They come home, they are very innocent. They are very innocent. They are very decent. They are very calm and reserved. If you see them out there, if you have a picture of how your daughter behaved out there, you will be able to.
Let's take it from Edith saying some children are two-faced. How do you identify a child that is two-faced?
So, you know, by and large, all of these things, the adult talks you have with your child, you know, it's not just the adult talk you have with your child. You have other talks too. What is your value as a woman? Are you able to communicate your value as a woman to your husband, to your daughter, to your son? What is the value as a family? These are the things that you have to build over time. This family should be known to be a family of peace and integrity, accountability. It's not a function of somebody knocks and, who is that? Tell them that I'm not in the house. Tell them I'm not in the house. It's the landlord has come to Your child will learn not just by what you say, but by what you do. So when they now have the freedom, because over the years you have exemplified true leadership, the type of leadership that you would want to see in your child. Parents get asked, would you want your child to act the way you have acted in certain situations?
Okay.
They keep mute.
They keep mute. So it bothers on values.
Okay. We are going to be rounding off this episode. Just 1 minute, one word, not 1 minute, one word to mothers out there.
Train up a child in a way that he will grow. That when he grows, he will not depart from it.
Ayo.
As a mother, and as a caregiver, love. And be free to express love. Let I love you not be a once in a while thing. You may not have the opportunity tomorrow to say I love you.
Wow. We've come to the end of this episode. Actually, Edith said train up a child properly. Let me, brief it there. And Ayo says love. Learn how to love and let the love not be a one-day thing. Continuously. That's what you want there. Keep telling your daughter, I love you. Even your boy child, I love you at every minute. Anyway, it's been an amazing time out with these women. Thank you so much, Edith, for coming. And thank you, Ayo, for being here today. And it is a wrap here from us here on WIC. We'll see you next time.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. I'm
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyikokai. Today on Heritage, we will be going to Benue State to go look at the Swange dance. Now, this dance is energetic, and when it comes to rhythms, it comes to music, it comes to dancing, and not to leave the drum beat. Yes, the Benue people, they are definitely ready for you today as far as culture and tradition is concerned. So let's go over to Benue State and look at Swange dance. Don't go nowhere. This is Swange dance, popular among the Thief people of Benue State. The dance is one of the best dance in Africa. It is indigenous. The Thief people are from Benue State, the Middle Belt region of Nigeria.
activities, Benue State is also rich in food. And that's why they're called the food basket of the nation. Benue State, when you tap into their wealth of agricultural potentials and all that, you discover that yes, Benue State on its own has fit the nation. But let us work together to promote the agricultural activities and all the cultural activities in Benue State. Thank you so very much. Oh yes.
Swange dance originated in Benue Valley of Nigeria, Middle Belt region, blending cultural expression from the Tiv, Idoma, and Igala people, often called the boneless dance due to its fluid, rhythmic motions. It serves as a social, recreational, and celebratory performance. The Swange dance evolved as part of the rich cultural heritage of the Tiv people. Swange dance is characterized by slow rhythmic contortion that can accelerate on in tempo based on the agatia flute. The music incorporates a mix of traditional Tiv and Hausa instruments, driven by the agata flute or gido. The Swange dance are integral to Tiv culture, reflecting joy, community, and social solidarity. Wonderful attire, wonderful display, and definitely an energetic one at that. We'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage, getting you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best. Till then, do have yourself a blessed day and an exciting week ahead of you. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader. ITV, certainly the best.
Wahia bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone. And my agua candidate na or irun. Wo irun. Only my agua kan. Already ma teme de Victor Bisugbe. Ni ma agba kan evena. Oton bokan.
Edonewu wadonewu zomu. Irun ma agua kan na emerun na. Ebi no kwa wa no. Ohun no ma aya lehun. Osare bo anu fin egbu mahia. Oba atokpe.
Ise me so bo se nge ni ye o. No ri edo ba nya kai. Ore do ya fe. Me we do to wa ya. E ave te ni ri o wa kini risi. O sa lo bo awo do a. Obi yo bi to. No ge gbera wa ya fe. E wa ni da hi ma ya fe. E ni mata no manoro no ri e yu wa rion ni no gba na ewo na kate ari oba noro na te government owe opewulu so ba no je no ri eyin si yo orion no ya do lewo na yi ero ino ne obe do ya fere no gba o te do ya fere so lo gba no ge to no ge pe no ge no ma rari egwani mani we guy ke mani we guy ya fere inu ma o adi ma ro ya oba atokpe se oteme enu ma agwa kana o erun bo erun nebute prayer erun o ma se ni ya fe a erun erun o ma se erun o se erun na ni wa be no ya re bí no sáré bọ́yá màmá ẹ̀ orí ọ̀pá náà ẹ̀rọ èrò kéwà àṣẹ ọwọ́ wọn àgbọ̀n no sáré bọ́ rí ènà wá lóyá àgbọ̀n ìbáìbọ̀ ni màá rí ní ehun ẹ̀yà fífẹ́ rẹ̀ ìyẹn rẹ̀ rọ̀ ǹdáwùsọ̀ àná dé màá rí gún aká èrò náà yẹn sípò ehun màá gún aká ẹ̀ nà ehun kéwà ó dọ́wé sí nọ́pì àgbẹ̀ nugamagbe na ogbe na yawe no ma upa no ba sesemese enu ayare ne ho re do eyo enu na ekinado enu no na adu ekinari ere eki omo no eki go no eki no yaki we mu enu ayadu ya fe enu o se ni ya ba bedagbon wana ima ya ma he ode ya fere lo erun saba ja ti eni ma erun o pase ti ya ifie wuri erun e ma gwa kana eni wa e bi bota re de na o te me Victor Bisugbe erun
baba be wa o erun o erun musa opia na ya gbode eru no ma pataki ewa no nda aweru ngamudia ni yoku to bon pia o ngamudia no bede to bon ma eru na ase no salo bo ahi ni do ma do we no wa nu eru de no gba wo na samu ba meze eru ngamudia ni yoku to bon pia ngamudia no bede to bon ma zebe ni karita ban ọmọ kọ ma no me eko ni mani ehun aya neni ehun aya no sare bu ayi ọmọ pa kekan wa pa gbo ati sare bu dori e ona me tu di bu e neru wi ni baba wo na me ehun o ke ya ebi no ka ke ni ra o ya asu mu o ka ke iye o ya asu mu mi ma bi yeru ma o ja asu gbe na do mi we ewiri magwalo omo isi ma obo eru na wata na ase no kwa oruwe hu da we na una gwehu na ewiri re lowo mo ku la mo to unehu sarebwa sumere urigbo unehu ege ya gbakere odugbo uri eki kiniri na noro egun emi ehun no kwa ewa nu mami o ma nenehu oye wo ma no ma ebe na aya nne osarebwa iri he ora be ikefe iwe wiwe eboru iga oye no ya nu he wa yo sawebo we be mi eni wo ma sawebo ofa fi o ma fi gwe o wi digwo nehu o wi no ebona do wona me ebona do wona me onye wa inyane ihu yi eru magbe hu da we o ma ne nehu esu eyino o ma ne nehu esu mame osalobo no ye no wa ma radio ni ma ya tibu na ga nehu ni mame ke na mu de ko de na ya no yin bebo na ba ti abi ga nehu ni ke na su na oba to pe
ise anyone wa da no tai o we ke lo de ya de ehun ana aya si wa ele wo pa na ya nehu eni wa ehun ori se ni ya fe ehun o e mata mo salobo ya wu ya fe so pa ka won lo won yo eyin enu ọ̀rọ̀ ile ohun ne ehun ohun no un bere so pa ase no le kan abege aneru yeri eyin na do duna owe duna to wa duna ni ma ya o duna eru no emi ri aso boy ya fe ni ya ma won ewo mo do a uro wodo ma mi mo bia gbẹ̀rù yàrá èrò yẹn yà so gbèwẹ̀ wọ́n yóò kọ́ ọmọ mi ọmọ àmọ́ sí ti nà kókò wà wọ́n yà wẹ èrò nù ehun wẹ̀ rí ayé wọ́n lè rún yọ̀nù kún ní yà máa sẹ́ àṣẹ ní gèlè alẹ́ nà ìrún ní kíá ẹ̀kínà dóná àbẹ́ ní ká tà sí wọ́n yà pa wọ́n wà pa onírù gbòòrò wọn ayé èrò wẹ̀ yàrá náà bo idomina ni wa domina o sa lo bo so no godua bo se na yo mi gbe bo di go ni we lerun na me we afiwori re dagbon erun aya mo agbon erun eri ma yi ma ya mo agbon ohun no ha ma o lerun ni e bi ni emi mo ni emi hu eyo da fun ye lo ri nane omo ni la re wa anabi omo ni ne ehun ni aya yi ya na eden ma zo mo pedi yin ma zo mo redo na ya ni ehun no ehun ke ai no we gbese no le ma ya fe ya de won wa do hin una niru ehun gbese se unda ehun ye da giva e ma wa me no ma da giva we ehun ri ana o sa lo ba ko yo we ya gbẹ̀rù mọ̀dànù yẹ́ à bẹ̀ èrùn kèrùn múná bẹ̀ dàgbé wẹ̀wẹ̀ lẹ́rùn kèlò yẹ́ à mẹ́kẹ̀ náà yẹ mú ẹ̀mìnì mìíràn dà òwà mìíràn mìíràn dà lẹ́yẹsẹ̀ èrùn ẹ̀yà kẹ́ni wá ẹ̀ èrùn àyàlẹ́gbó àyàlógò èrùn ọ̀sọ̀lọ́gbọ̀ ayé lórí káta ẹ̀ náwó bábò yàfẹ́ èrùn náà èrùn ni arákàsẹ̀ tayọ èrùn ma uzaro de ma agwa time no yen so pa berun ahine ewo bo hine eten bo hine money ro webe we ro ahine owu ene ro wa yan re webo wa ti go na le ru ge eni ehun ni o se ke ni aye we wa ama wa ni mo ro bo ya fe ya dun denu wa no we no ka ori we du gbe o salo ba du gbe yin ni ka no gbe mo ni yo no re ugbo no a ogo no a tu we ha ri eki won la moto ari eki won la moto ari he ehun no ima ho na yu ware we ke ru ye ye jagbima o ke polo sisense ye kwa wa ta leru so pe ru nese o mero oni owo we ya gbo wa uyo pe ari osi uri owo te se wa ebi so meti so no o wa leru wo aya gbo de o ma ni ma no yan wu ere o ma mo ko no ru iwe dawa eyi rai oi fufua ehu magwa kana ni wa bo wa ke wude wa so ke wa va wuteri wa gbeso wa so yo boka hu owo ewe to salobo gbeso yo boyo o mi ya o oni ru yo keri wa wo so na we ni wa ni we se mi ayo egbe no a mi la se ti mi wa ni no a to pon salobo we ye se ti mi wa no àwọn fi ra ni ne we ye se yi mi bai lo ba no no se ro mi go owe beru ye no se ro ye be ebe we no se we mi ti sa o ta ma won mara ri no ye we o le ru rogun e ra ran eru won oru digbase egbe ma ya fe ani wa ne me hu eru o eru mo ni wa ye egbe we ọtẹrẹ bizugbe
mọmi wa ìlú kan ni eru digbase ni ya fẹfẹfẹ òhun tagbọn náà ọmọ ní ma eru òhun ọmọ ní ọyọ ọmọ ní ma dùn ọmọ ní rírà dùn náà ní eru ìlú kan ní ọmọ akọ wọn yàrá yẹ ọbọ tí ó wẹ lélẹ eru ọrẹ ẹtí náà mọ eru ọrẹ ẹwà náà mọ eru ọsùn ọmọ adẹ òdẹnà wà bóyá gbèrú wọn yá sùn ọmọ ahẹ wọn dẹ gbé ẹkọ ẹwẹ ẹnà ọmọ ni kẹkẹrẹ ọmọ àniwẹ lẹrù gíẹnì ìyẹn kòkòrò náà kò gbé lọmọkè náà dé lùfíẹ wọn dẹ wẹ ẹrù náà àwòrán gan ẹyìn lọ ẹrù wọn wọn mọ òkọ ẹrù wọn ẹsẹ ó sàbọ àgbàgbọ bọyọ ọwọ́ òkọ ọ̀nà amẹ́rù ọ̀rọ̀ azíyò dàn ọwọ́ ẹ̀sà àrẹ́pàá pè mí ènìyàn ní èyí àdó sísí ní èyí àdó èyí àgbọ̀ wọn ó sọ àrẹ́pàá pè mí ènìyàn àmà ìwé tọ́ mi èyí àdó ó sísí ni ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ tọ́ àgbọ̀n náà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀bọ̀ ní ìsàlọ́pàá lè tì í yọ wẹ́ èrú ọmọ òkọ ọwọ́ ìmọ̀ kàkàbọ̀ wá sí oníyè lórí họ ọ̀nà wẹ́ the prayer of a wicked person is an abomination. Ìyẹn wò ni ẹ̀ wọ́n. Wọ́n ṣe àlébù yẹn. Ìyẹn dédé wò ni ẹ̀ wọ́n. Ọ̀nì ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀ náà mẹ́wẹ́ orí ni ó ma ẹ̀ ayá léhu. Èyí ni ó ma ẹ̀ ọ́ lè léhu kíá. Tí èhù ọ̀hẹ̀hẹ̀ bò ọ̀hẹ̀hẹ̀ tù ọ̀hẹ̀hẹ̀ wá tọ́ọ̀dì àìmọ́ ọ̀tún wà mú ọ̀yẹ̀ gbèrà mi náà ma. Èyí ni ehu yé ọ̀dígbàgbé. Ọmọ akọ wọn náà wà ní ọ̀nà ya n'ehu èmi ni yàrá gbìyàn ọ̀ àgbìyàn ni mọ́mọ́ wọn ní n'ehu ó yẹ ọ̀nà máa ń wẹ òsàrọ̀ wúdà ọ̀sàrọ̀ bọ̀ ayé ẹ̀wẹ̀ yàrá n'ehu náà yàrá ní èyí kéwì ní wọn kọ́ mọ́ wíyẹn ìgò àlọ́ ehu tí yìí kìn abẹ́ hó ehu àmì ẹ̀wò bọ́lú wà dá yìí wọ ọ̀nà ehu ugbe ahụ wọ n'ahịa enyi kemi n'ugbe nta anyị onye ọrụ gbogbo onye nọ mmanụ ya ka anyị ọfụ ìrọrọ tó ṣẹ̀dá gbòòwò ṣàlùbọ n'ọmụdị akịma na onye ẹtí rí ìwé ìgbé nímọ ni màá ṣe ti yàrá lẹ́hùn ọba àtọpẹ.
iṣẹ́ ewu màgùn aka níwọ̀n ẹ̀ wẹ̀rọ̀dà ọ̀rẹ́ ànàwó rẹ̀ náà wà ní ìhùn ẹ̀ bí ẹni òyìnbó ní ìhùn yìí wọ́n máa sọ ọ̀bọ náà wọ́n sì ní ìhùn ní máa náà sẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ wẹ́nu à egbò wẹ́nu à wọ́n ní ìhùn yìí nípa ní ìhùn yọ̀pá gbèsò wá ìpè àwọn ìhùn yọ ọmọdé yọ ìhùn ní dèkè náà náà dọ̀wọ́nù mọ̀bọ́ wà náà gé ọ̀sálọ́gbọ̀ ọ̀sálùdájọ́ ọ̀sálọ́kọ̀ yọ lẹ́nu wọ́n lè nù ní ìgbé ní ọmọ dé yọ ẹ̀nà ọ̀sẹ̀ má so ní ẹ̀zẹ̀ nínú ọmọ ọ̀hún ẹ̀rì ọwọ́ bọ̀ ọ̀yà àfíà ọ̀yà àjẹsì wọ́n yà wé ya nílé sinazọ́ ni ọmọ pàmò kọ̀kọ́ ọmọ ìwé wọ́n wá wàwé mìíràn ẹ̀mátàn ìran àwẹ́rá òkú rẹ̀ èyà dènà wá ẹ̀hùn ọ̀yẹ́rẹ̀ náà ẹ̀hùn nàwá ẹ̀hùn ni ọmọ ẹ̀hùn ni ìwẹ̀ ni ìhùn náà ni orí ó ní ìrọ̀rọ̀ lọ́gbọ́ ẹ̀ dèkìnà rí ẹ̀yẹ́ rí ẹ̀ àti ìwẹ̀ náà wà wọ́n dà ní orí dáadáa ẹ̀hùn ni ọ̀há sẹ́yà ẹ̀hùn kéèyàn ẹ̀tí nọ́kú ànyà òhọ́ ọ̀wọ́n òhọ́ ẹ̀hùn dá ọ̀wọ́n òhọ́ ẹ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ ìyẹn bùn ìyẹn lè tọ́ ǹdá ọ̀dàròdè máa gbà kẹ́hìn ǹdá èrùn wẹ̀rù ní nínú yìí ẹ̀ ma déyìn ní ma ùtọ́ ẹ̀rọ ọ̀nù wẹ̀ aláwọ̀dá ẹ̀rọ ọ̀nà wà dá nòwòrú dáadáa gé báyìí èyí náà máa pa máa ẹ̀fọ́ wà mọ́ orí wà mọ́ báyìí ẹ̀mọ́ ẹ̀yìn náà súnmù yìí ọmọ orí báyìí gbèsè àyàmọ́ yẹ gan yọ owó yẹn máa pa ẹ̀mọ́ ẹ̀fà ìyẹn á lè rere gan ni ehun ọ̀yẹ́rẹ́ ná ọwọ́ òdùá ní iye náà ìyẹn pa ẹ̀fà wa lè máa súnwẹ́ nílàdíà ògbésọ́ mi yẹn tẹ́ làdíà ní mọ́ orí báyìí yà wúlò ni ehun oníwọ̀n ehun ìwé gbéra ẹ̀rọ gbímà náà ẹ̀wà náà gbọ̀n ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀mí ọ̀wà ní ẹ̀wọ̀n òhìọ́ ọ̀ẹ̀rùn òwà náà rẹ̀ yá ọ̀sàrẹ́bọ̀ àárí ẹ̀ àfihàn gbé wọn òwà rẹ̀ rọ́lọ́wọ́ mà ehun wọn rẹ̀ sọ mà wọ́ ẹ̀yìn rẹ̀ òwà rẹ̀ ẹ̀fẹ̀ rú wà ánẹ́nu ní ilẹ̀ bèrè wẹ̀ ìlà mọ́tò náà òyèwé káwọn dẹ́ náà ògbó náà àìfíé ẹ̀tọ́ wa nínú ìwọ̀n ẹ̀yẹ pé àfihàn gbé wẹ̀ àwọn ègùn àná òkọ́ka òkè tomatosi òkè ya òfèrè òyèwé lẹ́nu èyí ìsúsẹ́ ẹ̀hún náà òwe yìí pọ̀lọ̀ sí ẹ̀rí gbímá ní mànàgbọ̀n náà sẹ́tì mi ọ̀wá ẹ̀ ọ̀mọ ẹ̀wẹ̀ gbé sọ́ọ́nà ọmọ ẹ̀wẹ̀ hùn wọ́n nyàrí ìwọ̀n ẹ̀ ọ̀sàrọ̀gbà rẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ asẹ́tì mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ èyàn má ẹ̀rọ ọ̀sàrọ̀gbà rẹ̀ hùn yìí náà yà agbára náà dàgbọ̀n náà yà agbára náà ẹ̀wọ̀n náà yé wíwẹ̀ nàìjíríà yé náà á ní hùn náà má wíwẹ̀ nàìjọ́ stéètì yé ká ní hùn náà má èèmọ̀ yà fẹ́ nìyí mọ̀ ẹ̀ ní ká làwọn dáhùn ọ̀là rẹ̀ ọ̀tún ẹ̀yẹ̀ kí a bọ̀ ní ehun.
Àwọn ehun àìsàn tí káwé ehun yẹ ẹ̀mí ìyẹ̀bọ̀rọ̀ yìí èmi kéèmí lòpọ̀ àrùn kéèmí òhun ehun náà ọgbà ọkà ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀wọ́n náà bọ̀ á ní ehun ẹ̀rọ sàlùbọ̀ àwẹ̀sù ọ̀wọ́n náà bọ̀ á ní ehun ẹ̀rọ tí mo náà yàtọ̀ wẹ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n náà mọ́ ẹ̀rọ sàríyẹ̀ ni mọ́ ehun náà èyí mà yàtọ̀ tí yàá di ayé bí màá rè yàá di àgbé mọ́ bí màá rè yàá di àìmọ́ bí màá rè yàá iwú èmi yàá wúwo bóṣà ló bọ́ káàbù ìrìnwó bóṣà ló bọ́ wà á níhùn ọ̀rẹ́ ìmọ̀ pàdó káwẹ́ ìyòbọ̀ pa ehun náà yòbọ̀ ọmọ ni wàá tọ́ ní kẹ̀kàn ehun náà mi yòbọ̀ wà ehun ẹ̀rọ agbó ẹ̀rí kẹ́yìn yìí de èmi kẹ́mi náà wà òun ò tá gbóni afẹ́fẹ́ ehun náà ọkà ọ̀rọ̀ ehun náà àmú kò dáa wẹ́rẹ́ àìmọ̀ ehun ní kò dáa òsàlẹ̀ bọ́ sí àfihàn gbé ọ̀rẹ́ yẹn nù ọ̀rẹ́ tọ́mẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ yẹn nù ọ̀rẹ́ aláwọ̀ dáa ọ̀rẹ́ yẹn nù ọ̀rẹ́ mọ́nẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ yẹn nù kúwẹ̀ kéré mú kéwà mẹ́ ẹ̀dá gbé wà ọ̀rẹ́ sẹ́ẹ̀ ní ọmọ akpádó káwẹ́ òkò yẹn ká yà áwó efere òun yẹn kí awọ èyí náà wégbé anáwó náà láàárọ̀ náà sì bí Israel ọ̀nàwó àwọ̀ anáwó ẹ̀dá ẹni nínú sàlóbù wa wọ́n náà tó bọ́ ẹ̀dùn nìyẹn ẹ̀rọ sàlóbù wa náà lè gbé mu ẹ̀yìn ìkọ̀ ọ̀nà ọ̀nà ìgbéri yí ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀nà mi kí náà yóò yà yẹ èyí náà rú wẹ́ẹ́dọ́ kìkẹ́ rí rú èmi yà ní eré orí wọn yìí wíyàn arú òpó pamọ́lí gbìyàn ní ẹ̀zẹ̀ ẹ̀ lápá òsàlùbọ̀ nẹ́gìmọ̀ ńlẹ̀ ẹ̀zẹ̀ rí ni màá ná òsàlùbọ̀ ayé ẹ̀ ọ̀hún bí wàá wí ní mọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
iṣẹ́ ẹnu ẹ̀yìn màá yé náà ní wá ẹ̀ ẹnu wọ́n mi wá sọ wàárọ̀ ọ̀wá náà o ọ̀wá nánánánánánná ẹ̀yẹ ní èmìnà àgbà lọ́wọ́ dáwọ́ wọn náà wà nìkí òwú ya ìyá fẹ́rẹ̀ náà nánà nílùú ńlọ àáyá pòrú àáyá rí èmi ládá èmi náà kásùn mú dà èráso ní ẹ̀yà rí àtọ̀ yàkùn ehun ọ̀yá fi ẹwọ́ rẹ̀ wọ́n hàn àwọn ẹ̀yà náà lọ́wọ́ ayẹ ó sáré wọ́n àwọn ọdún ẹgbẹ̀ ìwé lọ sínú ẹgbẹ̀ kú wó eke mẹ̀rẹ̀ lẹ́rùn náà ẹgbẹ̀ ẹlẹ́ ọ̀tẹ́dọ́ náà ẹgbẹ̀ ẹlẹ́ ẹgbọ́ ẹgbẹ̀ ẹlẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́dọ́ yàsẹ́ òtẹ́sàn àṣeyà ehun náà ni wọ́n dóò náà yẹ kọ́ ọ̀tà nìrún ni tọ́gẹ̀lẹ́ sọ sopa èsù rẹ̀ bá nà òhìyà ìyàfẹ́ màwùmá ìrúsànàdé máa gbà ká ẹ̀hẹ́ ó ní èsù èyíhé èrùn ọ̀gbèsù gbìnà èrùn ọ̀ragbàdà ọ̀rọ̀sísí ọ̀rẹ̀ríkèrí na ya gbèsù gbìnà ọ̀wàdà ẹ̀bọ̀dà ọ̀tàdà ẹ̀mọ́rọ̀ ọwà àgbà àṣẹ́nu sàlọ́pàá yẹn na wàyá rí àrí ẹ̀yìnà ó sàlọ́pàá náà rí èrùn ọ̀nà ìrìnà wá na aya mewe enwenye wọn ní ká ọwọ́ dá tàdà wẹ̀ gbótó awu ẹ o maru ẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ pa òwú wà mí mẹ́fà wọ ehun kí ayé mẹ́fà ni wọn ẹ̀ mẹ́fà ni ẹ ó sàlọ́gbà láti ní ma yà fẹ́ rẹ̀ dẹ́ ẹ̀ rání ni wọn ẹ̀ gbótó náà ni ma yé náà irun ẹ̀ ma yà mọ́ yòótọ́ ọtọ́ ẹ̀ wẹ̀ bí kàn bọ́ ni owó tó ẹ̀.
ẹ̀dùn náà gbogbo ẹ̀dùn náà wùzọ́ mu ehun máa dún àkàn náà ne ka gbọ́ọ̀lì ihun wọ́n wọ́ ẹ̀ ngwa n'ihu ihun ẹ̀ọ́sùwọ̀mà lásán ẹ̀ọ́sùwọ̀mà ravan wúwẹ́ ra ihun kò dá o èmi kẹ́mi hia ìwẹ́ ní bọ́ yìí tẹ́ yà hìá gbé àná ebi lè mọ náà dàtú ẹ èkúya ebi dàtú ẹ ikú ìwé tún yà hìá fẹ́fẹ́ kátékáté ìmọ̀nyìn rẹ kábẹ́tù ìmọ̀nyìn rẹ igúsà ọ̀fun gbogbo wa hìá rọ ní Jésù Kristi náà mi wọ̀n fún ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ìṣe èrí mẹ́rin yé ni wọ́n ehu ewé gètò ẹ̀wọ̀n yàfẹ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n nìyẹn dáadé àkó wà ní abẹ́ ìdánwò ní rí ẹgbẹ́ àdórí ọdúnwò ìgbérùn bẹ̀tọ́sà ló bọ́ àtẹ́nìkà lọ́dún àná wà yàfẹ́ èyí ọ̀yìn náà wọ́n káyèlè náwé mẹ́wò náà nùsà ló bọ́ à námẹ́wẹ́ ẹnìkà lórí ẹ̀kẹ́ dànù wà orí ọ̀rẹ́ èyí ọ̀rẹ́ náà náà ìwọ̀n ọwọ́ ìwọ̀n aládòrí ọjọ́ ìwé ẹ̀wọ̀ náà èyí ọ̀rẹ́ náà ọ̀kárẹ̀lẹ̀ ìwọ̀n aládòrí ọ̀hà ọ̀kárẹ̀lẹ̀ so ọwọ́ ẹ̀tíyẹ̀ wà mẹ́ ìyẹn gún ẹ̀wọ̀ náà yàfẹ́ wà máa lérò ẹgbẹ́ mi ní náà rú ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀wẹ̀ náà ọ̀kárẹ̀lẹ̀ ló sàlóbá ẹni kà mọ́ ìyọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ wọ́n dùn rà níwá yàfẹ́ níwágọ́ bá dọ̀lẹ́wọ̀ yìí ìyàwó dán owó ìwé yẹ wani ma ebe ri ọjọ́ wẹ̀ náà rí ọ̀nà máa yẹ gbà ó sàlọ́gbà náà ẹrù yóò bọ̀ ní wà ákàṣẹ́ ní sàlọ́gbà rí ẹni wà zẹ́rọ ọdún wọn zẹ́rọ èdè wọn anúdó àrí ègé ní ọdún àrí ọjọ́ wẹ̀ ní sàlọ́gbà jẹ́ gbà wọn ọdún náà ni wàyà fẹ́ abẹ́ ẹjọ́ wẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ náà rí pé ọdún náà ni wàyà fẹ́ rẹ̀ ìyàn rẹ̀ igbó wá sí wà ìyàn rí gómọkú wà ìyàn rẹ̀ abẹ ìyàn rẹ̀ sọpọ̀nba ìyàn rẹ̀ òróró ìyẹn ni ilé dáadẹ́ wò yá fẹ́ ní masẹ́tì sùnú yìí èmi kàn án láwò wò bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá wẹ́ dùn yá fẹ́ tọ́ dùnà ní wà yá fẹ́ rẹ̀ dùnà tọ́wọ́ dùnà ní wà yá o dùnà tọ́wọ́ dùnà ní wà yá ìjọ rẹ̀ dùnà tọ́wọ́ dùnà ní wà yá bàbá dùnà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ìṣẹ́.
ITV certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. You will say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I not over? Yes. You're not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's the Avenida? Where's the Avenida? Oh, not here. Where's the my dear? He said,
Wayagi magpome samane. Wayagi magpome samane. Wagume pwedetyo. Wagume pwede samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a coupon of wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ever here, not the letter did we ask about my former. I will wear in it. A joke. Eh, Jonah will. Eh, Jonah Pulupe. Eh, Jonah Nuria, he said, Barry go back. But John Way, Gathered in and I had the way. Why we are there when I'm no matter of
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and it is that program that gives you and I opportunity to talk about some of the trending issues in the country and how it affects us as citizens. So today we're going to be talking about the withdrawal of police personnel from very important personalities in the country and how it's going to be affecting us as individuals, or better still, how it's going to impact us as citizens. And then again, the debates on legalizing gun ownership. So let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say in regards to this topic. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
The Nigeria security architecture, I think it is a very, very wrong approach at this time. When you talk about developed countries and thinking of how police operate, the environments are not the same. First, we do not have good roads. That when you call for police in an emergency response, if it's like in the developed countries, you see police appearing within minutes. You hear of cases of assassinations in places like America. It's only a matter of days they will find the killers of those people. Those are not the situations in Nigeria. People kidnap people in their houses, people kill people on the way, they don't even know who the killers are. The only thing too that also makes some of these people not to be on the road is the simple reason that when they know that there are escorts following some VIPs and some people on the way, they know that it's possible that at some point they will see unexpected police presence. But when they now get to the point where they now say, no, they cannot go with police and then the road is free and all that, you are only inviting terror back to us. If I'm traveling on the way and I know I'm licensed to have a gun in my car, some other persons are coming, and maybe we run into hoodlums, and they know that out of these 20 cars, there's a likelihood that 15 to 16 have arms in them. That will also create that sense of security for the people that are involved. So I just think that it is, yes, the idea to say let's have police at different points is there, but the architecture and infrastructure to support such an idea, we don't have it yet. You don't have drones flying everywhere. If you are overseas, you press a button in your house, they know it is emergency. The police will come, condone of your area, and the people cannot even escape. The police right now, as they are, first, they are no vehicles, they are not well equipped. So how do you even do it? I think that the decision by Mr. President need to be reviewed.
That for the police to be able to combat insecurity, we have less police in the society. Most of all these notable personality, you just discover that one person will be having 10 police. 10 police. If one particular person is having a police, about 10 attached to him, and the common man has no security to be attached to him, he has no security to be attached to him, then what is the fate of the masses? But to my own take, with this direction, this step that the president has taken, that all police officials, army and the officials should be withdrawn from notable personality, is a welcome development, so that these officers will be able to go to the city, go to the street, go to the rural area to be able to combat these bandits. Because if all this caliber of men, notable personality, are be giving policemen policemen are attached to them, it will not be a wake-up development. But if they withdraw them, everyone, all hands will now be on deck to fight insurgency, to fight bandits. But when these men are secured, they will feel less concerned about the masses. I believe that with this step that the president has taken, is a very good step so that security for lives and property concerning the common man will be appreciated. On these aspects, it has advantage and it also have disadvantage. It is good for people to have self-defense against this insecurity. But the other way around, when every man is given that license to get a gun or harm himself against attack, sometimes most people will not use it for self-protection, but rather they will begin to use it for destructive activities, like going into using it to embark on armed robbery and different. If somebody offends somebody, he can just bring out his gun and do killing. That is why it will not be encouraged. But the only advantage for the government is that let them employ more hands. Let them get more securities, people, recruit them, train them, tell them what to do, the rules and the dons that will govern their security apparatus. All these things should be put in place. Then with more and being employed and well paid, I believe that with all this, they can be able to contain this insurgency and bandits in our country.
We all know that the constitutional role of the police is the protection of lives and property. And like the president has rightly stated, the protection of lives of Nigerians are very paramount. And like the VIPs are still part of the citizens that the police is constitutionally empowered to protect. But you also realize from where the president is coming from, these VIPs form more or less like less than 10% of the larger population of Nigerians. And in that light, he feels that more attention should be given to the masses, to the larger population of Nigeria who are now faced with the challenges of insecurity, while also trying to address the manpower need of the Nigerian police. So in that regard, I totally support that directives that all available manpower now should be channeled towards the protection of the majority of Nigerians outside the VIPs that took a chunk of that number. Looking at on the rights of Nigerians to own guns, I still believe that Nigeria is not yet ripe enough for such. Even in countries where they have such policies, they are trying to go by. If you see what's going on in America now, they are even trying to look at gun rights laws to see how they can be reviewed. So it's not a policy that has worked or that has been sustained in even where it is currently in force. So for Nigeria, it is not just our only gun that will solve the problem of insecurity. I can tell you, with the kind of anger, with the kind of issues we have now, if Nigerians own guns, they will be using it to settle personal scores, not even the insecurities now. So that might not really solve the problem. I think solving the problem, we need to go into community policing, volunteer security, seeing how well we can domesticate security, make security the duty of everybody, not necessarily a centralized arm of government like you have the centralized police now. So with that, I believe we can substantially bring down, if not to a barest minimum, the current challenges we have now. So it's not really whether we carry guns or not that would solve it, no.
It is a very good thing that the president is actually looking at how he can, curb security by having a lot of, security personnel on ground. But, if you have to fight insecurity by creating another level of insecurity, that's a very big problem, all right? Yes, we know that the VIPs have a lot of this, security escort with them. But if you look at this person too, they are human beings, and somebody who has that kind of, level of position requires some level of security, around him. So for me, I will not, totally say that it is okay to withdraw all the, security personnel from the VIP. No, I do not think that's the best way to go. Instead, I think they should look for a way to have more persons in the force, in the military, in the police, and every other security agencies that can help, in this insecurity, because the VIP are human beings. The right to own a gun, I really do not think that Nigeria is matured for such a thing. Yes, we have that in some developed countries like America, but I do not advise that such law should be put here in Nigeria, because a lot of persons are going to take advantage of this particular situation, and they use it to do other very, very malicious activities. So I do not believe that Nigeria is ripe for self-ownership of gun at this particular point in time.
Insecurity in Nigeria has eaten so deep into the life and well-being of Nigerians. Like in the area of business, it has affected us a lot. Like, for example, those our mothers who travel to village markets in this season of December, where they travel to buy plantain, yams, and others. We see many of them were unable to do this because of the insecurity, and that has also affected their own family, because they will not be able to provide for them because they were unable to do their business the way it ought to be. Like those of us in the real estate sectors, I think it affected us the more, because this is one of the most funny December I've ever experienced, whereby our brothers and sisters in diaspora, they are scared to return home to celebrate with us. And after they have saved this money, and they buy property at the end of the year, so that at least they will not count on one thing that they have achieved. But this time, many of them, they give up. Instead of coming to Edo State or or Nigeria to buy property, you will hear them saying that they want to go to places like Singapore, places like Spain. They will tell you the money they will use to buy property in Abuja, like maybe 350 million, 150 million, 200 million, is enough for them to get property in Spain. And that property in Spain will give them high return of investment than the property in Nigeria. And another thing that affected those in diaspora and the VIPs, let me use that word, very important personalities in our country, is the new law that has been passed by the president, that police personnel should be withdrawn from this set of persons. And the current situation of insecurity in Nigeria, so these persons, they will not be free to come in, because it's as if them coming in, they have signed their death sentence because the security is a threat to them. And at the same time, the police personnel that would have been of assistance to them to guide them is being withdrawn. So it's just as if they want to jump into a hot fry pan. So these ones is what stopped them from not coming to Nigeria, and it affected our business a lot. So those persons we are all to care for, these things restrict us to do a lot for our loved ones. Because if you don't sell property to get money, so there's no way you are going to spend money. So if you check, though we are having traffic and all these around, but the truth is that the well-being, the lifestyle of these our citizens is being compromised, because insecurity has cost them a lot. If the guns is being legalized to every citizen, it's going to cause more havoc at this initial stage. So I believe instead of legalizing gun to individuals, let's recruit more local security personnel that understand this terrain of this environment, because a stranger will not know my community more than me. So if they empower these personnel, give them good sophisticated weapon that they can use to withstand these perpetrators, the criminals, it will be able to at least help us a lot. So owning a gun or legalizing gun to Nigerians, you know, Africans, there's a way we think. Even some of the trained policemen that they are handling weapons, we see what happens after some of them have taken what they are not supposed to take. After they get, when their adrenaline get high, when they are angry, we see how they misuse the gun. So now legalizing gun for a trained person, a civilian, is going to cause more havoc and disaster to us. So I'm not in support of that.
While the opinions of our respondent varies, and some think that the statement by the president to withdraw police personnel from VIPs in the country in order to combat crime, some are also saying that it is not a welcome development. But in all of this, the security of citizens and properties should be a priority. That is what people are clamoring for, and it is something that should be done in order for lives and property of citizens to be secured and for security to be guaranteed. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking that's about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
they
smart.
Can't sit
if
down.
You see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to another edition of Tech Today on Independent Television, your number one stop for everything innovation, gadgets, and technology shaping the way we live and work. I am Momo Lawal, or you can call me Mr. Kankan, and you'll be right. And today, we are beaming our focus on the power of the sun, literally. Yes, the topic is the power of solar innovation in Nigeria. Across the country, more Nigerians are turning to solar energy for light, for comfort, and business continuity. But how much do we really know about this solar technology that is changing the way we power our world? To help us understand this, I have with me an electrical engineer and a solar engineer specialist, Engineer Elisha Leo Asikidi. He has worked on several solar installation and energy projects, and it will be helping us unpack how solar energy works, what innovations are happening right now, and of course, what the future looks like for Nigeria. But before we dive into all of that, Engineer Elisha, how are you doing? Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Good morning, guys.
All right, thank you very much for coming. All right, and as usual, before we go into all of this, we'll give you the biggest tech headlines that is making waves, both globally and locally. We call it the Tech Update segment. Stay tuned, don't go nowhere. Welcome back, guys. It's still Tech Today, and we are diving into the Tech Update segment. Yes, number one on the Tech Update, we have that Apple has rolled out a groundbreaking eye tracking feature on the iPhone 16. This allows users to control the phone using only their eyes. No touch, no voice, just gaze. Okay, it uses an advanced AI to interpret where you're looking and respond accordingly. This means you can just scroll through apps, reply to messages, or even open your photo just by looking at your phone. You know, it's a game changer for people with mobility or physical challenges. This is a feature that just shows you that technology is not only about convenience, but it's about inclusion. Elisha, what do you think about that innovation by Apple?
Well, this innovation by Apple is actually for those who are physically impaired.
Well, I think it's something that I want to use, to just use my eyes to be controlling my device.
Well, you already have your hands.
But for convenience, I'm just saying.
It's just for the convenience of
yeah.
Those who do not have the ability to. So you use your eyes to do the...
To your phone. But I'm just imagining how it would be. We're waiting for it. We'll bring you guys more updates on that on the show, of course, as it unfolds. Next on the tech updates, we have that Starlink has introduced what we call community Wi-Fi in parts of Africa and Asia. So instead of everyone buying an expensive dish, a single Starlink hotspot can now serve an entire community at a much cheaper rate. It's like having one Wi-Fi dish in a village and everybody connects to it just like a cafe hotspot. This could close the internet gap in remote areas and give schools and small businesses reliable access. Imagine a rural area in Edo State or Taraba streaming online classes through Starlink's shared Wi-Fi. Elisha, what is not fascinating?
It is fascinating, and if you look, technology is actually evolving every day.
Yes.
And so those who were in the market before leave the market for the new ones to take
Yeah,
over.
I really like this tech update because, as a matter of fact, it shows you that we don't even know what we're going to expect in the next 5 years in terms of technology.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I like that. You know, it's a good one. Big ups to Elon Musk's team. Next on the tech update, still globally, we have that Apple and Google are collaborating to establish a global safety standards for artificial intelligence. They want to make sure that AI behaves responsibly and protects user data. It's like both companies, you know, Apple and Google is big companies, they're big companies, they are agreeing on traffic rules so that your phone's artificial intelligence doesn't go around, you know, misusing your information or doesn't even go rogue on you. You know, this partnership will can make everyday device safer for users worldwide. You know, Elisha, you know, I'm really particular about this tech update because it actually addresses privacy concern. What do you like about this?
Only thing I can say that I like about this collaboration is the fact that I can now back up my Apple memories on the Google Drive, instead of the iCloud.
And also, they are not trying to ensure that you don't. There are certain things that the cloud would know. They don't want the cloud to know everything about you. If you don't want them to know certain things about you, it will not upload such information to the cloud anymore. It will just stay locally on your phone.
Yeah,
it's a good
innovation.
Now, coming here home in Nigeria, we have that our Nigerian government has signed an agreement with a Chinese solar giant, LONGi, to build 1 gigawatt solar panel factory. The goal is to produce panels locally and reduce the high cost of importing them. So this means very soon we could start buying made in Nigeria solar panels that are going to be cheaper and easy to access. This could actually transform Nigeria's renewable energy sector and create thousands of jobs. You know, imagine a tech hub in Benin City that could, you know, install affordable local panels made here in Nigeria. I know this is something relating to what we're discussing today, Elisha.
Well, it's a good initiative by the government to come into this collaboration with LONGi. Well, it has been well overdue.
Yeah,
because at least for it to reduce the cost of the way we buy our panels at home. So it's a good one.
Oh, man, I'm liking the tech updates as we go. And also in tech update locally, we have the Lagos State. We shared this with you a few weeks ago. That Lagos State, they are going into what we call smart traffic lights. Now, Lagos State, they are currently testing smart traffic lights that uses sensor and artificial intelligence to control timing based on real-time traffic flow. So it's like traffic lights that have brains. When one lane is very full, it gives that lane more time to move. You know, this smart traffic system can reduce congestion and, you know, fuel wastage in busy cities. You know, I particularly like this one that traffic lights, smart traffic lights. It just makes me understand that maybe, you know, normally we have our traffic light that normally move for maybe 90 seconds or 60 seconds. Now, it doesn't have to wait the whole 90 seconds if it sees that the place is now being congested. It just automatically just turns green and it allows people to move freely. It's not a good one.
It's a good one and it's actually powered by solar anyway.
Oh, it is powered by solar?
Yeah, because you can't use that when we have poor power supply.
I don't know about that power supply, but I know it's not exactly poor, it has improved.
Yeah.
So it's a good one. And, you know, but I'm scared. Will people actually obey those traffic lights?
Why not? Lagos is a place where they've advanced even more than many states in the country. So you don't just be the light there anyhow.
Okay.
You have to take
There's a fine for that.
Yeah.
And lastly, in the tech updates, we have Inoso Motors have launched what we call an electric delivery van. So Inoso Motors have announced plans actually to release electric delivery van next year. These vehicles will run on batteries instead of fuel and making them cleaner and cheaper to maintain. So think of this as a delivering vans that you can charge with like your phone, where you charge your phone. There's no petrol, no noise, no pollution. This move marks Nigeria's entry into a fast-growing electric mobility industry. Elisha, imagine delivery companies now using this. You know, you are driving your vehicles. We know we graduated from using petrol to now using CNG, and now we're now having electric vehicles, and it's now even going into the logistics area. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a perfect one for us because it's high time we start trusting our brands. And, you know, bringing out this kind of brand electric vehicle, well, it's a 100% plus for us.
It's a 100% plus. I'm sure that we can charge them regularly because I like this, becoming fair and all of that. Now, these are the top stories that's happening right now in tech, and let's just dive right now into our topic for today, which is the power of solar innovation in Nigeria. Elisha, thank you very much again for joining us on the program. So let's just begin with this basic. What exactly is solar energy, and how does this solar power technology, how does it work?
Okay, solar energy is the conversion of sunlight to electricity. It's as simple as that. Where you use, where the photovoltaic cells are being charged up through the sunlight and sent to the house. So basically, the things that you use to, store these things are batteries.
Yeah.
Then from the batteries, you get to use your inverters to invert the charges that are stored in the batteries to your house, to your homes.
Because the energy that comes there is in the DC.
In the DC, yes, and which the inverter changes.
DC means direct current.
Direct current, which the inverter changes to alternating current.
AC.
To AC.
Okay.
So, the process it takes is when there's sunlight, the cells take charges from the sun.
Okay.
Then, you have your positive and negative cables, which are from the panels to your charge controller. And these charge controllers, you use them according to the numbers of panels that you want to use for your home or businesses.
Oh.
So with that charge controller, your panels are being connected to it. Then from there to your inverter, from your battery, or your inverter to your battery, at least the battery has to power the inverter. So when all this happens, it's just like a circle. The sunlight goes to the charge controller goes to the battery, the inverter goes to the battery. Whatever is stored in the battery, there will not be sunlight for the whole day.
Yes.
So at night, the inverter inverts whatever it is that's left of the battery to give you at least power supply for the remaining of the hour or the night.
Wow, this is very, very good to take in. I really like how you explain it to us. That's why you're the solar energy expert. Now, I understand that solar energy has become very popular, and I don't know how affordable it is. Maybe you can share light on that, and also describe how we Nigerians are the progress in adopting this solar energy so far.
With the high level of marketing that we engineers are already trying to enlighten people about using solar and letting them know that solar is way cheaper than you running on gen, with the high cost of fuel, you running electricity or BEDC, because many people run their homes with what they call it, high bills.
Yes.
So
most of the bills, sometimes they are even
estimated bills. So the thing is, there are initiatives that have been put down for you to be able to afford this solar. Firstly, you can go with paying small. There are companies who agree for you to pay small. You come, you give them the plans, or they give you the plans which you can get to whatever it is that you want. If it's the 1 kVA, 2 kVA, 3 kVA, 5 kVA.
So you pay by installments?
Yes, you pay installmental. So with those kind of initiatives, it has become easier and affordable for people to use.
So it's not exactly expensive
No,
now.
It's not, except you have the money, you just go for it at once.
Okay, now we've been discussing solar, and a lot of people are already using this solar energy. So now I want to understand, what are the most common misconceptions that Nigerians have about solar energy? What are the things that we're not getting properly? You can maybe share with us.
Firstly, I would like to talk on my own personal experience.
Okay.
So I met a client which I told her about going solar, because she was always complaining that their transformer gets bad more often.
Yeah.
So I said, why don't you just go solar to save you the stress, all these many talks and all. So she was like, solar that my sister's house caught fire. And I said, how are you sure that is the solar that made your sister's house to get that fire? Why are you not saying, okay, whether it's from maybe the normal light she decides or from her? Why are you sure it's solar? And that aside, is because your sister used a low-level engineer, someone with much experience, and the quality that the person used. So those things are one of the things we face. And some people will say it's expensive, so we'll try to let them know that you can pay small for these products, and you are good to go.
So the misconception most people think that solar can make their house go on fire and all of that. Also, persons think that solar is only for the rich. That's also a misconception.
No, not really. Anyway,
they always feel that buying any equipment of that will maybe incur more cost to you. And now you are making us understand that you can pay installments.
Yes, to get whatever it is.
So talking about solar, we know that technology is evolving every day, Elisha. So what are some of the new solar technology that Nigerians should be excited about? What are the things that are coming into solar that we can be excited about in the near future?
Okay, yeah, there are several things that are being produced right now in the market. There's the bifacial solar panels. Those ones attract charges from both the face and that's the top and the back.
Oh,
like from Honda
from the panel.
Yes.
Oh, it's attracting from top
and it gives more efficiency.
Wow, but doesn't now get charges from bottom when the sun is not hitting there? Oh, through the heat from the aluminum or your roof.
Yes, from the roof.
Okay.
So that's another kind of innovation. And there are also other things that even the longer is also trying to do, you know, to get a kind of charge that everything that's both the monocrystalline, the polycrystalline, whatever it is, the silicon, everything put together with whatever they're producing, now charges it more than 50% of what monocrystalline to produce. Yes,
but it will not affect the battery. It will not be overcharging or too much.
No, you know, when you are getting that, it means you are getting you are getting more batteries or a higher battery watts.
Okay.
So in getting those kind of things, you have to go for maybe lithium batteries, 15 kilowatts, 20 kilowatts. At least it will charge faster, even while it's cloudy, no sun.
Oh, because that's another thing that will not restrain from solar. They say when it's cloudy or it doesn't really charge more.
That's why we advise people to go for more panels. You know, when you have more panels put together.
But more panels, I've seen this more panels as if it's cheap. It's quite expensive.
You are paying small anyway.
Okay. It's still Tech Today on Independent Television, and Elisha and I were discussing the power of solar innovation in Nigeria, and it's just sharing what is solar and what we can learn about solar. And moving forward, we're going to ask him more questions just after the break. Don't go nowhere. When we come back, we'll throw more questions on Elisha. Welcome back to the program. It's still Tech Today on Independent Television, and we're discussing the power of solar energy, the innovation of solar energy in Nigeria, how solar has really helped us in Nigeria, and what is solar energy in general. So we have Engineer Elisha, who is a solar energy expert and also an electrical engineer with us in the studio, and has been answering lots of questions for us. So Engineer Elisha, you know, I know that in one way or the other, we need government's involvement in solar. So what way do you think that our Nigerian government can help us, you know, make this affordable, this solar energy affordable, or make it easy for us so that everybody, and most people in Nigeria, you know, everybody can actually have access to this innovation, this technology?
Well, one of the things we actually face about the solar product is importation. The tax which has been placed on importing those solar products down to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Well, if the governments can be so kind to, you know, reduce the taxes for those products.
When you say taxes, remember our government is big on tax. Okay.
Then also, the government can also do the subsidize some of the products. At least, I know they are trying to do a factory here that can now produce panels, which is also a good thing ahead. Yeah. So it will reduce the costs actually for us. Then also, private companies also are going to play a role based on paying small, the installment payments.
Okay,
and all. So that role again would help people who really do not have much, but can pay that, you know, small.
Governments can also assist people to pay.
Yes, to at least. So that's part of also the subsidy that they can do for people to be able to get these products. Which is also
now,
good.
Thank you very much. I have this question. It has been on my mind. Somebody has asked me before in the past, and I want to bring it to you now. We know solar energy really helps us nowadays in our country, but do you think solar can replace the national grid, say in 10 or 20 years from now?
Well, truthfully,
Yes.
it might not, or it cannot, but it will reduce.
Why?
Because, you have to produce a lot of watts for people to use.
But imagine we are in a community that has, many amounts of solar panels are mounted there, and they say for that community, let's assume they want to go solar, total solar, and they want to cut out of the national grid.
Except that community has not had anything about national grid, light or whatever.
Okay.
If it's maybe an opening, a new community,
Yeah.
and they can say, okay, instead of relying on the national grid, let's just go solar. And it's going to cost a lot also, based on, because these are new people already there. It's not as if they already had units there beforehand.
Yeah, so
So
infrastructure,
where you already have the national grid, so it's going to be very hard to now say you want to switch from the national grid. Totally, yes. So it will only reduce the usage of the national grid.
Now let's talk about batteries. We know that batteries is like the powerhouse of solar. Now, does this battery does it affect the cost? Is it what makes solar more expensive, or does it also affect the lifespan of solar systems?
Well, it affects the lifespan of solar system positively.
Okay.
Because with the batteries, you cannot just be running on solar only at noon. You also have the night and maybe early morning. And these batteries are what you use to run throughout those periods.
So a good battery, how long can it last you? A good battery?
8 hours.
No, eventually, long-term wise, can it last you for 5 years before it
Yes,
gets bad?
for the tubular batteries, it can last you from 2 to 3 years or more.
Before you replace them?
Depending on the maintenance culture. But for the lithium, 10 to 15 years.
Wow.
Yes, because the maintenance is done internally. You don't need to do much. As long as it's been connected well, the materials used are of good quality. Then it can last you for 10 to 15 years.
Beautiful. Speaking of good quality, and also you mentioned earlier, I want to know, what are the biggest mistakes engineers make when they are installing solar? Share with us. I believe you must have installed several panels and all of that to different clients. What are the mistakes that you think people make when installing this solar system?
Well, one of the mistakes people make or engineers make is not having a good solar installation system. How? Like, when you want to install solar, you have cases that you can build for your batteries. You don't just bring batteries and put them on the floor where anybody can reach it. A person who you are installing solar for has children, and the children can come there and, just by touching the battery valves and all, you don't just leave it there like that. We have cases which we can build, and you put those batteries there. They are locked but exposed at some sites where the emission can just easily go out from. So those things are one of the mistakes they make. Another mistake is the low quality material. You're fixing a solar of 10 kVA, 20 kVA, then you are using a low quality wire of 1 mm or 1.5 mm. Now, when you are fixing those kind of things, you use materials that can hold the strength of energy which passes through, so that you don't have the scenario of this wire got burnt from there entered my house, and my house now got burnt. No, you use good quality materials. You are being paid for this, so why not just buy this thing instead of you trying to be greedy to minimize costs for it.
All right, thank you so much. I've really learned a lot today. We've had a truly enlightening conversation today with Engineer Elisha Leo Asikidi. He's an expert in solar technology. He has explained to us from how solar works to how Nigerians' growing investment in renewable energy. It's clear that solar power is not just the future, okay? It is a present solution to our electricity challenges, okay? As we move towards a cleaner and smarter Nigeria, I want you all to remember that the sun does not charge anyone, okay? What we need are smart minds of course, and the right innovation to harness it. And like Elisha said, we need to also get good materials also, so we don't go and start getting inferior materials that will not, cause us harm later in the future. All right, that is all we can take on today's edition of Tech Today. Don't forget that we do this on radio every Monday by 8:30 p.m. We call it Tech Info. Okay, join me again next week for another deep dive into the world of technology and innovation that is transforming our everyday life. My name is Momo Lawal. You can call me Mr. Kankan. Till then, stay bright, stay innovative, and keep shining with solar power. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today we have a topic which is of vital importance. And the topic is simply Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Islamic ruling on intoxicants. What are the substances that constitute intoxicants? Inshallah, in the course of the program, the panelists will tell us. To take this vital topic this evening, I have with me in the studio Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Ali. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you.
Alhamdulillah. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamina now. Now let's go straight to the business of the day. We are looking at the topic Islamic ruling on intoxicants. So let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. What are the substances, what are the things that constitute intoxicants as far as this topic is concerned?
In the name of Allah, all praise belongs to Allah, and we ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The substances that constitute intoxicants is anything that can change the sense of reasoning of a person when they consume it. This is what is referred to as intoxicants in Islam, and we call it a muskirun. And the Prophet ﷺ said, every muskir, that is anything that intoxicates, is haram. Anything that intoxicates is haram. So whether it is alcohol or it is any of the substances that people consume, such as heroin, cocaine, cannabis, call them, name them, they are all under the classification of intoxicants, and they are prohibited in Islam. This is because of the Islamic objective to protect human mental health. That mental health is of paramount importance. When you have too many people who are sick in their head in a community, of course, you can be sure that everything will be in disarray in that community. So Islam considers mental health to be one of the very, very important part of the human system that needs to be protected. Now,
thank you very much. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, we have some who argue that it is not forbidden in the Quran. It's not entirely, completely forbidden in the Quran that you should take intoxicants. And some will refer to Quran chapter 4, verse 43, where Almighty Allah says that, oh, you believe, you not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Some will refer to Quran chapter 2, verse 219, where Almighty Allah says that when you talk of intoxicants, there are benefits in them and there are sins in them. But the sins outweigh their benefits. Why we now have Quran chapter 5, verse 90, where Almighty Allah completely forbids or condemns the consumption of intoxicants. So can you please help the viewers to reconcile these three verses of the Quran?
You see, when Almighty Allah gives us an instruction in the Quran, sometimes it goes by way of telling us direct instruction, and there are some that pass through stages depending on the way the society is viewed. Of course, during the time of Prophet Muhammad people were also they were indulging in the use of alcohol, intoxicants, and as such, as he was preaching to them, Almighty Allah now made it a kind of stage or stepwise instruction that gradually people who are getting used to, people who had been used to the consumption of intoxicants, they were instructed when you want to pray, because just as he said, The moment you take any form of intoxicant, it changes your psyche. And if you look at the entire part of the body, the brain can be said to be the engine room of every being.
Wow.
The moment it is disturbed, automatically all the other parts and the value of such individual will be disturbed, including the people that live with such individual. That explains the reason why Almighty Allah calls our attention in many verses that whoever wants to worship him must have the psyche complete. The mentality of every human being must be complete, and that is where you can comprehend the nature of Almighty Allah. And as such,
yes,
in order not to tamper with that, Almighty Allah says you should not take any form of intoxicant when you are about to pray. The second stage was that if you feel you are taking it for any pleasure, for anything, it could be an advantage to you, but the main evil, the main sins that you commit after taking it is worse and much more than the advantage that you feel you are taking from it. And the final one, which Almighty Allah said that if any act of intoxicant, divination, and arrow trade, all these are handworks of Shaitan. Desist from them if indeed you want to succeed both in this world and in the hereafter. And that one seals it, that whoever wants to succeed before fellow human being and before Almighty Allah on the day of accountability, such individual must get away from taking intoxicants, no matter how little it is.
Thank you very much. If you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic Islamic rulings on intoxicants. Islamic rulings on intoxicants. So those of you who try to argue that the Quran did not completely prohibit consumption of intoxicants, you've heard the explanation now, the exegesis of the Quran. The first verse revealed, we are told that do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Then they are just embrace Islam. And you know, in those days, during the Jahiliyyah period, they drink alcohol like water. So they embrace Islam, but they are still consuming alcohol. And those who now want to say Salah, God asks, if you want to pray, don't drink. Then some say, okay, I will not drink when I want to pray, but I will drink when I'm not about to pray. Then second verse also came, Quran 4:43, that there are benefits in them. And Quran chapter 2 verse 219, there are benefits in them, there are sins in them, but the sins outweigh the benefits. Why some stop consuming it? That, oh, since the sins outweigh the benefits, I will not consume them again. Before the final verse now came, we are now described it along with gambling, that they are abominations devised by the devil. That you know abstain from them so I can be successful. Now, Islamic rulings on intoxicants. What are the sins? What are the consequences of consuming intoxicants? Does it have anything to do? Is there any correlation between it and crime rate in the society? What other thing? Why do you think we are asked to abstain from intoxicants?
The verse of the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala stepwise and systematically prohibited intoxicant. As you mentioned, Allah said the benefits, you say you have some benefits in them, but then the disadvantage, the harm that you will suffer from consuming them is more than the advantages that you think you get from them. Obviously, the Prophet ﷺ said, as a way of, making it non-negotiable, to say you want to consume intoxicant. He said, Allah has not put the cure of any disease in that which He has prohibited. So that you cannot say that I am taking this alcohol, I'm taking this intoxicant because of my health. Some people say that they take intoxicant because they want to do away with their worries. When they are having issues with their wives or their families or in the office, they want to take intoxicant in order to throw them away from, the normal thinking, so that they don't feel the pain. But this is not a solution. In fact, medically, it is documented today that some of the stroke cases, consumption of intoxicant is becoming one of the risk factors in people that are having crises of stroke. Before you have stroke more in the elderly. Now you are now having stroke in middle adults. Because of what? Consumption of these intoxicants. It's a risk factor, as has been mentioned. Now, the Prophet Islam, still to make it, there is no way. He's saying that whatever intoxicates in little quantity, then it is, in large quantity, is prohibited in the smallest quantity. So that you cannot say, I can consume it. Then besides, if a person has become an addict of consuming intoxicants, the person risks his salah being accepted. So that it's not just about, it's me, it's my business, I consume it, it's not your business. In fact, the Prophet Islam says that the person who commits idolatry, that's one who worships other gods beside him. You know that the sin Allah does not forgive is the sin of associating partners with Allah. That the one who is going to be next to be condemned to the fire of hell on the day of judgment is somebody who became an addict of consumption of intoxicants. So that it is not something anyone should want to live with. If a person has it as a problem, maybe he has grown up with it from young age, it is something he can still fight, battle it, and see how you stop it. It is not only harmful to our health, it is a sin in the sight of Allah.
Thank you very much.
As you know too, that Allah does not allow you to take your life. Allah does not allow you to inflict harm on yourself. You are not allowed to injure yourself. So consumption of intoxicant is like killing the organs of your body system, and Allah does not allow that.
Thank you very much.
Now,
do not kill the organs of your body system. Do not commit suicide indirectly or gradually by consuming what is injurious to your health, what is injurious even to your mental health as well. Now, Prof, I'm coming to you again. For the Bunyamin idea, we have some people that are caused in respect of intoxicants, apart from the consumer itself. Can you please tell us some of them? So that people will not feel that, okay, it's only those who consume it.
Well, according to the Prophet ﷺ, he was reported to have said that there are 10 categories of people that are caused along with or in association with intoxicants. The consumer, the one that prepares it, the one that works there, the one that sits where it's being consumed, and the one that bought it for another person. The person that they sent to go and buy it for another person. The person that carries it, and also the people that sit down where intoxicants or intoxicants are being consumed. All these are the categories of persons that are caused along with intoxicants.
Alhamdulillah. You can see, in order for consumption of intoxicants to stop, in fact, if people are consuming intoxicants and you greet them, you are also caused. So if they greet you, do not answer them. Then the distillate itself, the intoxicant itself, is also caused. We have 10 categories of people who are caused. So if the carrier is conscious, the buyer is conscious, you will discover that it will be difficult to circulate intoxicants. Now, coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdulaziz. I was talking about relating consumption of intoxicants with crime, armed robbery, kidnapping, assassination. You can see the in the country. Now, do you feel some kill under the influence of intoxicants, or that's their nature? Relation between intoxicants and crime rates?
Surely, the consumption of intoxicants is connected with the level at which people are ready to commit crimes. Yes. Fornication, for example, and adultery, are more like the twin sister with intoxicant. Hardly will you find anybody who is morally shameless that he will not consume, intoxicants. The same thing with those who go into armed robbery. Some of the people who go to the extent of taking the life of others, they need to be a little bit insane for them to be able to do that. They look for substances to consume to deaden their conscience so that they will not have the human feeling that, oh, this is a human being that I want to deal with. So there is a connection. Apart from crime rate, it's from the regulation in road safety that somebody who is under the influence of alcohol should not drive. Now, somebody who is under the influence of alcohol, to tell you how much it is so risky, can sleep with their mother. You know, you asking somebody that, okay, which of the sin is the one that you think is the greatest? To commit adultery, or to take intoxicant, or to murder. Alcohol consumption, intoxicant consumption is the greater of them. Why is it the greatest? The man who can stay away from committing adultery and can stay away from committing murder, by the time they consume intoxicant, they can do any of this. To the extent that one who is under the influence of intoxication can sleep with their mother, they can commit incest. They can go to any length because they are not in their senses. So how about you having for example, a medical doctor that wants to attend to a patient being under the influence of intoxicant? You have an engineer that wants to do the computation of what you need to be able to give you something that that's going to be durable, an edifice that will be solid, and is under the influence of intoxicant. Because some people just think that consumption of intoxicant is normal with life. It's a way of flexing. It's a way of maximizing your enjoyment of life. But it is not true. You are harming yourself. You are harming others. So this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited it. There is connection with between consumption of intoxicant and the crime rate in society, no doubt. Those you are calling bandits, those you are calling Boko Haram, many of them, they consume these substances. Now,
Prof, is there any punishment under the Sharia? And what is punishment under the Sharia for consumption of intoxicants? And then some of the students now take different substances. I maybe you are a professor in the University of Benin. So you must have had some experience concerning what I'm talking about. Can you please advise the viewers and the students of the need to abstain from intoxicants?
Well, from Islamic point of view, if one is known to have taken any form of intoxicant, the person should be given 80 strokes of the cane. Yes. Now, aside that, for our youths today, generally, students and other people that belong to the category of those that we call youth, even the adults, everyone supposed to go away from any act of intoxicants. There are nowadays different forms. The ones that we are used to know are the normal alcohol, whether the brewed one or the local one we call kai kai, and the ones that they sniff, under which you have cocaine, you have heroin, and those that you also consume orally, under which you have, the ones that you smoke. Marijuana is one of them, and there are nowadays, you have sophisticated marijuana that they have laced with other chemicals in order to be more potent than the ordinary one. And people also use marijuana in order to cook rice or cook beans. And apart from that, some eat it raw. All these are various forms through which people consume them. And some go to the extent of taking some other drugs like codeine, which in the medical circle is used in order to cure hard cough. And people have abused it. They take it excessively, and it deadens the cells, it deadens the senses. And not only this, there are so many other ones that people take in one form or another. Some even go to the extent of mixing some of these drugs with yogurt. And after taking them, there is this one they call the tramadol, Even there is another one more potent than tramadol, that after taking it, the person may be rolling inside the mud. The person will lose senses, and there are so many of them that people take. We have to go away from them, because the moment you take them, the individual becomes useless to himself and becomes a permanent problem to the entire society.
Thank you very much. Viewers, this is what we can take today on the program, Message of Islam. The topic discussed, Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Intoxicants include tramadol, codeine, marijuana, heroin, cocaine, whatever can affect your mental health is forbidden completely in Islam, and it's also sinful. When you have consumed them, you cannot approach your salat. And the punishment in Islam was even 40 strokes of the cane before it was increased to 80 strokes of the cane at the time of Umar bin al-Khattab. Close to 100 strokes of the cane, which is punishment for fornication. Thanks for coming, Professor Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Ustaz Sani Abdulhafiz. And your uncle, Al-Ajj Al-Amin Alao. Viewers abstain completely from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with your sincerely, Oloije Oyihokai. Today on Heritage, we'll be going to Benue State to go look at the Swange dance. Now, this dance is energetic, and when it comes to rhythms, it comes to music, it comes to dancing, and not to leave the drum beat. Yes, the Benue people, they are definitely ready for you today as far as culture and tradition is concerned. So let's go over to Benue State and look at Swange dance. Don't go nowhere. This is Swange dance, popular among the Thief people of Benue State. The dance is one of the best dance in Africa. It is indigenous. The Thief people are from Benue State, the Middle Belt region of Nigeria.
Bambulakpa, Bambulakpa, Kame, Bambulakpa, Ikimeta, Yaman.
Swange dance originated in Benue Valley of Nigeria, Middle Belt region, blending cultural expression from the Tiv, Idoma and Igala people, often called the boneless dance due to its fluid, rhythmic motions. It serves as a social, recreational and celebratory performance. The Swange dance evolved as part of the rich cultural heritage of the Tiv people. Swange dance is characterized by slow rhythmic contortion that can accelerate on in tempo based on the agatia flute. The music incorporates a mix of traditional Tiv and Hausa instruments, driven by the agata flute or Gido. The Swange dance are integral to Tiv culture, reflecting joy, community, and social solidarity. Wonderful attire, wonderful display, and definitely an energetic one at that. We'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage, getting you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best. Till then, do have yourself a blessed day and an exciting week ahead of you. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
all of my esteemed viewers. This is a new year, you know, the month is about to end, but our dreamers and doers, have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, who am I really? And who could I become? What if I could just hit the refresh on my own life story? Well, today I will target Reinvent You on Flipside. On this show, we will do our best to move you from being stuck with the person you were yesterday. We're going to help you unlock your mindset shift. We're going to help you hack habits and make you dare to rewrite your own rules. So whether you're craving a career pivot or just a creative spark, or maybe you just want more joy in your daily grind, well, consider this your invitation to press play on your next chapter. If I were you, I'll just grab a book, open my mind, and turn my life around. This is not about New Year resolution. So today is going to be the most exciting project you will ever work on. Let's begin. We're going to be having Susan Dari all the way from Lagos. She's a wellness coach and a nutritionist, and she's going to be joining us via Zoom and taking us through this journey on self-development and reinventing. And of course, I'm your host on Flipside today. I'm Daisy Leah Sikidi. It's been a while you saw me on this show, but don't worry, I'm here for you today. Hello, Suzanne. Are you with us now? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi. Happy New Year.
It's a pleasure to see you. Gosh, it's been a while. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to just go right into our conversation and reinventing self, becoming a better person. People have gone beyond New Year resolutions. There was a recent research from Google that said the most 90% of the searches that were done this first 2 weeks of January this year on Google was about how to make money online, how to start up a business, and how to live a healthier life. So as regards compared to what it was in 2024, where the major of searches were about New Year resolutions. So people are moving beyond all of these resolutions to reinventing self, becoming a better person. So is it important to rejig one's life from time to time? And what's the biggest myth about personal transformation that people need to stop believing this year? We'll start from there.
All right. So the first thing is realizing that you can actually reinvent your life at any point in time. You know, there is no limit or there is no end to growth. There's no end to reinventing your life, picking yourself from wherever it is that you have found yourself. Because there are times where you make certain life decisions that sometimes puts you steps back. But the truth is you can reinvent your life. Now, people have this idea that when you get to a particular age, you know, you can't do anything anymore. People have very funny ideologies about how that, you know, life is only good when you are in your prime or in that young part of your life. But the truth is, whether you are you are 25, whether you are 30, whether you are 35, whether you are 55, you can reinvent your life. Now, the year has started, you know, the whole New Year goal thing, you know, personal assessment, wanting to, you know, hit the things that you have written down. But the truth is this, whether you have it all figured out or not, you can reinvent your life. You can submit yourself to growth. And the truth is this, there is no end to this journey, except you are dead. As long as you are alive, you can pick up yourself from wherever. We have inventors, you know, in our world today who did the same thing at 55. You see, they invented this at 80, at 70, at 65. It's knowing that youthfulness, it's not an age thing. So whether you are 55, you can pick up yourself, you can do anything, you can become anything. The most important thing is that you will submit yourself to growth. You will submit yourself to the work of reinventing yourself. So wherever it is you are right now, in this new year, whether you are at the energy level you use to start the year, whatever, your dreams are valid, your goals are valid, growth is possible, but you have to be very intentional about seeing to it that you don't give yourself away, you don't give up. You don't tell yourself, oh, it's over, I'm done for. No, you tell yourself this is possible and you will submit yourself to the process. Thank you.
So, the biggest myth is putting yourself in that box that you're too old, you know, or the time is not right. I get that. Now, what's the most common obstacle people will face when they're trying to transform their life? And I would want you to also shed light on how they can overcome such obstacles.
Okay. Now, one of the biggest obstacles you're going to have is the obstacle of the mind. Now, let me tell you something. Your mind is the gateway to anything you're ever going to become in your life. If you feel like you are not in that space where you can achieve anything, see, even if we give you all the money in the world, people feel like money is what they need to transform their lives. But that's not true. If your mind doesn't align with where you are going to, what you want to become, even if we give you all the money in the world, you still will not achieve those things. So you have to change your pictures. You have to change the things that you see about yourself. You have to change the things that you say about yourself. You have to tell yourself that this is possible. So one obstacle you are going to face is your pictures, your vision, your mind. Those limiting thoughts, those self-sabotaging thoughts that tell you you are too old for this. Oh, maybe you tried last year. If one of the things you are going to face this year is the failure of last year goals, that tells you that maybe you tried last year, you tried your best, but nothing came out of it. Maybe you even wrote 10 goals down, you only achieved 1. And then it becomes discouraging where you just tell yourself, this thing is not possible, let me just rest. But you see, no matter what happened last year, a new year gives you another opportunity to start again. So every day you wake up, no matter the failure you saw yesterday or last year or last month or last week, you have the opportunity to start again. Because if you don't deal with those self-sabotaging beliefs, those self-sabotaging thoughts, those things that want to keep you captive, you will try and try and try. You won't achieve the things you have set for yourself. So you have to tell yourself, no matter where I am right now, it is possible. You need to change your mind, because if you don't change your pictures, money won't save you. Because people have that idea that I need capital, I need money, I need resources. But you see, you will shrink what you have to the degree of your thoughts. You will shrink what you have to the degree your mind can carry. So if your mind can carry those big pictures, if your mind can carry the things that you truly want to see, even if we give you all the resources, it will crash. It is why you see people who win lotteries. They just hit one jackpot of 10 million, 20 million. And in another 1 year, they are poor again. They are broke again. Because their pictures, their thoughts, can't carry what they have achieved. So even if we put you in a pool of money, if your thoughts on your mind and those beliefs about yourself doesn't change, nothing will happen. So one of the issues you're going to deal with this year is change your mind, change your thoughts. See yourself as you want to become. So this year, oh, I want to 10x my resources. Oh, I want to get this. I want to work in this kind of place. You need to carry yourself like someone who's going to work there. With the way you currently talk, with the way you currently walk, with the way you currently think, do you think you have the ability to become that person? If you keep thinking like this, if you keep talking like this, if you keep acting like this, so if you don't change your thoughts, change how you see yourself, change how you carry yourself, nothing will change.
All right, a very big thank you to you, Suzanne. We're still on this conversation, but we are going to go on a break right now. When we come back, we have several more questions to ask you, so please just stay with us. We'll be back. welcome back. We're talking about reinventing yourself. We're talking about self-development on Flipside today. The month is about to end, but we still have 11 more months before we call 2026 a wrap. What are you going to look back on at the end of the year to say, okay, this was where I was when 2026 started, but this is where I am now. Now that's what we're trying to help you do. We're going to help you rejig your life. Well, Susan Dari from Lagos, a wellness coach, a nutritionist, a life coach, and she's such an expert in the field, but somehow we were able to plead and drag her on board today to put us through this journey, and I'm so appreciative of the fact that she could be with us right now. So Susan, you have several clients. I have seen several of your works online and I see the comments. You have several clients, but how do you help some of these your clients identify their values, their core values? How do you help them align with their goals? How can we align with our goals?
Okay, so now it depends on what exactly you are looking at. It depends on what, so I'm going to streamline it down to health, for example. So for someone who needs to lose weight, for someone who needs to, shred a little, sometimes these people don't even know the dangers of, they are being overweight. So my job is to show them that, see, losing weight is not aesthetics alone. Of course, there's the aesthetic part. When you lose weight, you look good, you look the part. But the truth is, it's the health implication of not losing weight. Your blood pressure will go up, your blood cholesterol will go up, your blood sugar will go up. You are going to be unfit, you're going to be unwell, you're going to have different health problems. So I present them what not if they don't do what is required of them. Now, this also applies to everybody I get to talk to around life issues. Now, if you don't take on the journey to change your life, to reinvent yourself, to grow, you will put yourself in a self-sabotaging lane. You see, whether or not you admit or you want to say yes to it, you are getting old. I mean, we're growing old. This is 2026. There was a time where we should say in 10 years' time, or in 15 years' time. 15 years' time is where we are currently. And I tell you, we will wake up one morning, we are in 2030. Time is going and time is of essence. Time is all we have for the kind of change we want to see in our lives. So if you don't see it, that if I don't take on this journey to change my life, I'll be stuck with the old. Now, so the truth is this, the better part of you is on the other side of hard work. The better part of you is on the other side of discipline. The better part of you is on the other side of the work you are avoiding. And many times people don't commit to these things because of it. It's work. For example, I go to the gym every week. I know what it feels like to drag myself. My gym is not close to my house, but I have to go. I have to show up. The pain and the body pain, everything, because I know it's my health. You see, that's hard work. So you don't see me to myself, Susan, you look good. I love how you look. It did not come by chance. The growth you seek, the progress you seek doesn't come by chance. It is on the other side of hard work. You have to commit yourself to the growth process. So if you don't see it as, my life depends on this, I need to make progress, I need to grow, I need to be better, I need to leave the level I am, you will not see what will happen if you give yourself to it. Why not tell yourself in 2026, I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to turn my finances around. I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to change my health. I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to become a better person. You see, it doesn't happen by chance. You have to be intentional about that process, knowing that it will not fall on your lap. Growth is painful. Growth is boring. Growth is tiring. But you will commit to the process. That no matter what it takes, I want to grow. And you will give yourself to the discipline, you give yourself to the hard work, you give yourself to the night of reading, the night of studying, the courses you have to take, the people you have to meet, the conferences you have to go for, the classes you have to go for. The growth you seek is not going to fall on your lap. Oh, I want to be this person. Oh, I want to be that person. You have to commit to it. It's a who you will become now and in June is on the other side of hard work and discipline. So let me wrap. And that decision is yours to make. So if you want to become the person you say you want to be in June, you have to now give yourself to the work it requires.
Yeah. All right, that's so beautiful, and that's a lot. I feel spoken to. But I would also want you to give some tips before we go for a second break, some practical tips on how we can begin to set out those journeys and, you know, start this personal transformation journey. We have made a decision now that within 6 months we're going to change our lives. We're going to eat healthier persons. We're going to weigh a certain kg. We're going to make a certain sum. We're going to start a channel. We're going to do this. We're going to go back to school. But what are some extra practical tips that we need beyond just being motivated to get this done, if you can share?
So number one is realizing that you will do everything required of you. It's not sweet. It's not interesting, because people, people sometimes want it easier, and it doesn't come easier, because you are in a world where you have different distractions, you have oppositions. Let's not talk about the people that we think, why do you think you should be here? People who think that you are not qualified for this. People will discourage you. You have to prepare your heart for the discouragement. Some people will discourage you. Some people will tell you, you too do jare. Must you do this one? Must you go to the gym? Must you get this one? Must you do that? There will be people who will discourage you. And those are the things you have to be ready to face. Face and fight discouragement. Face and fight opposition. Face and fight your own self. Because sometimes you are your own problem. You have all the excuses. You have to kill excuses. Because let me tell you this, you will always have good enough excuses to fail. Good enough excuses to not go to the gym, to not take up the class, to not go back to school. In fact, you have valid, and let me tell you something, there can be very valid reasons why it's not possible. It is you who will decide that no matter what is facing me, I want to achieve this. I want to become this person of value. I want to become this graduate. I want to write my book. I want to release my song. I want to release my channel. I want to start podcasts. You will find all the good enough excuse, all the limiting factors, all the obstacles. You have to tell yourself, you see, whether, what faith you should have in 2026. And I'm telling myself that is a faith that can stand alone. The phase where if everybody discourages you and say, you don't have the money, where will you start from? How will you do it? You will tell yourself, I will, I can, and I can do this. You can stand alone. Where everybody is standing against you, you see, if you have it easy, it means what your pictures look like is small. For your big dreams, there will be people who tell you that, what will you say? Where will you get the money from? How will you fund the education? How will you do it? You that your father does not have. They will give you reasons why you should fail. It is you who tell yourself, I can stand alone. This year, I must transform my life. This year, I must become this person I should be. This year, I want to be this. I want to be that. You will burn the midnight candle. Sometimes you will have to use your own money to start out. You see, there are many things you will do in your life. People will meet you halfway. The investors will meet you halfway. The people who will help you will meet you halfway. It is you who will tell yourself, I must become this person. So fight all the obstacles, fight all the limiting factors, fight everything that will stand in your way. That by December 2026, you are an entirely different person. You see, your life can change in 1 year. I am a proponent and I believe strongly that you can become an entirely different person, stronger, better, more equipped, more intelligent, more richer. You can be everything you have envisioned and dreamed in 1 year. All it takes is you telling yourself, I will give myself to the process of growth. That change is possible. Trust me, it is.
On the show, you need to believe in yourself, and then you begin to make the steps, the necessary sacrifice that is needed to achieve that goal. Nothing good comes free, nothing good comes easy. So are you ready to pay the price? All right, well, if you're not ready to pay the price, this conversation is not for you. But for those who are tired of where they are, those who are feeling stuck, who want to leave a particular level they've been in a long time, those who have not attained the level they desire, and they're like, okay, I did say in this year to this year I'll be here, and they're not there. This conversation is for people like that are ready to take a leap from where they are to where they should be. But we're going to go on a break on Flipside. We will be back shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much. The program you're watching is Flipside, the other side of the news. So it's no longer news that this is a new year, but what is out at the back of the happy new year is what you make of the new year. And we're just doing our part on the show to ensure that you set the right goals and you achieve those goals that you set for yourself this year. I have a guest on the show today, and her name is Susan Dari, and she's a nutritionist, a wellness coach, a life coach, and also she's one of the biggest podcasters out there. She's always on social media live giving talks, and I think she even has one of those coming up on Instagram at 8 p.m. to talk about juices and snacks, you know, how to make healthy snacks and healthy juices, just coming right up. But for this conversation today, we're focusing on personal improvement and reinventing. All right, we've talked about a lot of things, a lot of aspects of it, but at this time, Susan Dari, I want you to help us, because there are times where you're trying to do better for yourself and it seems like everything has stalled. You've hit a plateau. You're no longer advancing beyond where you are. Or some other times you just meet some sort of challenge, stumbling block that seems like it's taking you back. You've gotten 10 steps ahead and it's like you're taking 5 more backwards. You know, when you get there, it can be very discouraging. So how would you advise people to handle setbacks or even failures on their transformation journeys? That's my question.
All right. So one of the things, you know, I think I said at the one of those questions that one of the things you're going to face is discouragement, you know, where it looks like it's boring, it's slow. You know, sometimes you put in for stuff, it doesn't work. Sometimes you encounter those kind of situations where it feels like you are taking steps backwards, or it looks like what you put out for did not work. You know, those things can happen. But one thing I'm going to tell you is this: don't be discouraged. Don't give up. You see, I was reading something somewhere about someone who tried out an experiment 999 times. Do you know what that means? In fact, 5 times gone, we're already tired. Someone tried something for 999 times. It failed. It was at the 1000th time it worked. And today we are enjoying the fruit of someone's not giving spirit, not giving up spirit, someone's resilience. You see, in this world, if you're going to amount to much, if you're going to achieve the things you want to achieve, If you're going to become the things you want, you have set your heart to become, then you have to have that spirit of resilience where no matter what you face, no matter how bad it becomes, no matter how it looks like, you will not give up. You will not quit. You will keep trying and trying until you get it. So that JAMB that you wrote last year that you failed, you have to apply again. You have to go back. You have to apply again. You applied for your visa to leave the country because you wanted to further your studies. Oh, I tried before, it failed. You will go back. Everything that you failed out at, you will go back. You will try again and again until it works, because it will work. It will work because you did not give up. There are many people tomorrow who will be grateful for your resilience. So there are times you're going to hit a plateau. You tried weight loss. You lost 10 kg, you gained 13. Your body your moves just got messed up. You will go back to that gym. You will sign up again and you will do it again. You see, you have to have that spirit that will always bounce back. No matter how bad it goes, no matter how it goes, you will tell yourself, I will not quit. I will not give up. You will go over and over again until it works. That is where you see the progress. Do not be discouraged. Go back again. Try again. Do it again until it works. Yeah.
Beautiful. All right, now let's talk about accountability. Now, what is the importance of accountability in personal transformation, and how can people build it into their journey?
All right. So in your journey, you will need people that will hold you accountable. You need accountability partners. You need mentors. One of the things I would advise is when you are starting out a thing, go and have conversations with people who had it work. Now, you don't want to be in that place where you are talking. So this is the problem. You want to build a duplex. You don't talk to someone who has a hut or who has a bungalow. What you want to do, he has not attempted it. So most likely he may tell you, well, this thing you want to do is too much, or it's too big, or do you have the money? Do you understand? When you want to build a duplex, you talk to people who have built a skyscraper. You talk to people whose mind are stretched. You need 5 million for your business. You can't be talking to someone who has not made 100,000. Your mental frequency is not the same. So when it comes to accountability, you have to talk to someone who has gone through that road and has succeeded. That is the only way you will not face a certain kind of discouragement. So you need people that will remind you, have you gone to the gym today? People that will tell you, what are you doing for your business this week? People that will tell you, so how do you want to push what you are currently doing? People that will tell you, okay, so what's the plan? So what do you want to do? How do you want to go about it? You can't talk to small minds with your big visions. They will crumble it. So when you are selecting accountability partners or people who will hold you accountable, ensure that you are working with people who have done what you have done and have succeeded. People whose minds are not tinted with failure. Because there are people who have tried what you want to do, they failed. And somehow they got stuck. They did not move forward, but they move past it because their mind got stuck in failure. And so if you are going to succeed, you have to tell yourself that no matter who has failed on this road, I will go through it and I will do well. And I will succeed. And I will get the result that I'm looking for. So no matter what you're going through, have people that hold you accountable. And be sure and there are people who don't have small minds. People who will hold you to see that what you have written, what you have planned, comes to pass. So you need accountability. You can't do it alone. You need people who will ensure, will hold you, will pray for you, will support you, will encourage you. People who will make sure you don't quit. That if you say, I will not do it again, they will say, no, wait, we will not agree. They will make sure the things you are set your heart to do, you are able to accomplish them.
I have about 2 more questions before we'll go basically. And the first one is, okay, I heard someone talk about digital detox. I don't know if you've heard that word before, but that was the first time I was hearing it. We live in a digital era. People are making so much money with this digital era thing. The AI, people online, they're making things. But how do we handle these constant distractions that are also online? You know, you can say, let me just check someone on one of those social media platforms, say let's use TikTok for example, and then you see the video and about 3 more pops up, and then you just start scrolling. Before you check it, you've spent an hour 30 minutes laughing and giggling and getting nothing done. So how can we silence the noise of the whole digital distraction, and what are the daily, should I say, non-negotiable habits we should have? Maybe that will help. What are the non-negotiable habits we should imbibe in achieving all of this, should I say, results, to have mental clarity, to get our focus in check in this era of distractions?
Okay. You see, the truth is, these distractions will not leave. In fact, we live in a world now where sometimes you don't even know which one is AI and what is real. So you'll see all kinds of things pop up on your screen. In fact, the media was designed to distract you. They are making their money. So if you say, what then they should ban, they are all money-making channels. The person who made those blogs is making money from it. You are just the one who doesn't know how to manage your time. You're just the one who doesn't know how to maximize your own life to make sure that their distractions doesn't come in the way. So what you have to do, because the truth is, you need to know how to block off. You can't be on the internet 24/7. WhatsApp was designed for your distraction, because from one chat to another chat, you go on one reel, and the reels are getting more interesting. My goodness. Sometimes you just want to stay on someone's page, watching their videos, their content. You said you are going to sleep by 11 or by 10, and this is 4 a.m. in the night. You are still on that reel. You are still on that You are not left Instagram. Then the next you say, let me just watch once. And you know, TikTok is so funny that one swipe, you are somewhere else entirely. And you go on and on. If you are not disciplined, to tell yourself, I need to study. I need to focus on my business. I need to write in my book. I need to do this content. I need to do, you see, it's not because you won't have steady distractions. It's that you have to come to that point where you can deliberately fight them. If you have to use Do Not Disturb, please, if you need to download apps, there are apps on the Play Store that can be blockers, notification blockers. That once you spend too much, some phones have those features where if you spend too much time on the phone, the app close up. If you have to do that, do that. If you have to tell someone, please, if you have to set alarms on your phone and tell you, close that phone right now, go and read. Go and drink water now. Go and write. If I do everything you can to fight the distractions. And you have to be as deliberate and disciplined as possible. If not, this year we end, you would have achieved nothing. All you would have done is that you watched 1,500 reels and no work was done. So if you are going to achieve your goals, then know how to deal and handle and whatever you can do to make sure distractions, social media distractions, do not choke you from achieving your goals. Yes.
Susan, we have just one more question before you give us your final words and advice to my diehard viewers that have been here from start to finish. All right, so the question I have right now is, the line between contentment, self-improvement, and self-acceptance is a bit blurry. It's a bit complicated. So how do we know when to strive for more and also know when to practice contentment? I'm just talking about this as regards even using money. There are those who are pursuing constant pursuit of more money, and they see those around them. It's a motivating factor. They want to get more. They want to get more. Before you know, they're already putting their hands and engaging themselves in all sorts of illegality just to make more money. And I'm not saying we shouldn't make more money, or even let's say we want to gain weight. Oh, women that are a bit thick are the ones in vogue now, curvy women. And then you begin to take pills, you do these, you're squatting, and before you know it, you're motivated, you want to do more. You're even doing exercises that might end up hurting you. Okay, you want to lose weight, and then you have lost weight to the point you're now anorexic. I'm just saying there's a thin line between contentment and strive for more. So at what point should we say, okay, it's enough? How do we know that as a reach, so manage and first stop?
All right. No, this is a very, very delicate question and very important because we live in a world where people show off the things they've achieved. You go on the internet, you see some people's bodies, and you are like, my God, I like the way this woman looks. And you don't know the person went under the knife, and then you start taking stuff. Where you draw the line is where you have to ask yourself, what do I have to sacrifice to get to the other side? Now that is where you should know, am I on the other side of the divide, or I'm already crossing the lines? What do I have to sacrifice to be on the other side? So you want to be in shape. Now you are now taking pills. Why? So it means that there is something you want to escape, which is discipline. And where do you stop? When your health begins to go overboard, you are now looking skinny, you are beginning to fall sick, your immune system is going down, now you can't keep food in your stomach, you have developed eating disorders, mental issues, you are going overboard. That is the right time to say, do you know what? I think what I'm looking for, I have crossed the lines. It's the same for everything in our lives, even for money. When you now need to do what that goes against, you see, when it begins to go overboard is number one when it comes to money, is that now you are now trying to do illegitimate things to get the money. People's life will have to be destroyed. People's life will have to be lost. People will have to lose their livelihood, their resources to enrich you. You're going overboard. You now scheme, you now lie, you now manipulate, you now steal. You're going overboard. It's when it looks like you now have to do what you should not do. You are going overboard. Why do you have sleepless nights? You see, sometimes we preach contentment to poor people, and we forget that contentment is also for the rich. Contentment is also for the rich. So you who have enough should also know when you are beginning to ask for more. Now there's nothing wrong in reaching for more. There's nothing wrong in striving to do more, to have more. But it should not be at the expense of your health, at the expense of your life, at the expense of your conscience, at the expense of your sanity, at the expense of your faith. When you have to sacrifice every moral, spiritual, mental, health compass to achieve the thing you want to do, you have crossed the line. So it's a thin line, because the truth is there are also some people who are who celebrate mediocrity. They say, I don't want to over push. Those ones are mediocres. But when it's within safe limits, you are not sacrificing anything more than it is meant. Of course, you have to sacrifice your time, but it's not that you can no longer sleep in pursuit of money. You have gone overboard. Now you can only 1 hour a day, 2 hours a day. If you slump today, the money you are trying to pursue, will you get it? The answer is no. This fit body, you have so done surgery to enhance. Now you die on the theater table because you want to cut this part, remove this. What is the problem? You have gone to drink things, your kidneys are at risk. So you have to know what exactly are you sacrificing to become on the other side of the divide. If you have to cross all the lines, it's not worth it. Yeah.
Mary, we're already at the end of the conversation, so if there's any last word you want to give concerning our topic today, a link you want to recommend, maybe an handle you want to give for people to follow, or maybe it's just a mentor you want to recommend to people, final words, just do that quickly so we can call it a wrap on the show.
All right, so on a final note, one thing I'm going to tell you is this, that there is no limit to who you can become, what you can achieve. You know, I listen to Vusi. You can check him on Instagram, Vusi. You know, and every time I listen to him, I see someone who has changed I want to use the word, the atmosphere when it comes to success. You know, mental shifts. 2026 has come. It's no longer is coming. It has come. And you know, you have to tell yourself, where do I want to be at the end of the year? It's your call. It's your decision. And you have to put in the work. Hard work, you know, we say things like, I don't do hard work, I do soft work. Except you are a scammer. The truth is, we cannot over-explain, underestimate, talk about hard work. So this year, don't give up. No matter what you see, don't give up, don't quit, and be ready to reinvent yourself at any point. So whether you are at that point where you lost everything in your business, be determined to start again. Whether you are at that point where your marriage crashed, you don't know where to start from where you are. Your finances, your academics, your life, every single thing. 2026 is one whole year to change the course of your life. And don't forget to talk to God about your life. It is possible with the help of God that everything you have set your heart to achieve is possible. But I want to tell you, don't quit, don't be discouraged, and don't give up. It is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne Dari, for being with us on Flipside today. I've learned a whole lot, and I know I have to start now. I shouldn't give up. There are several aspects of our lives that needs to be rejigged, you know, that needs reinventing. Just pick these principles that we've shared on the show today and apply it to them. You can do it collectively all at once, and you can decide to handle these issues individually, whichever works for you, whatever floats your boat. But make sure you are changing something this year. I'm Daisy Lua Sekidi. A big thank you for watching. Have a great day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Isoton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.